If you ain't talking money, then I don't wanna talk.
Still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like Jack boys, catch them slipping and slam. Treat them like Jack boys, catch them slipping and slam. Tell them still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like Jack boys, catch them slipping and slam. Treat them like Jack boys, catch them slipping and slam. Stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like Jack boys, catch them slipping and slam. Treat them like Jack boys, catch them slipping and slam. Tell them still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like Jack boys, catch them slipping and slam. Treat them like Jack boys, catch them slipping and slam. Stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like Jack boys, catch them slipping and slam. Treat them like Jack boys, catch them slipping and slam. Tell them still gon' stunt. Diamonds look like they glowing. 50 stacks all singles, I make it look like it's snowing. Treat them like Jack boys, catch them slipping and slam. Treat them like Jack boys, catch them slipping and slam.
We live. We are live. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another edition of the We-On-Loc Nation channel. I am, of course, We-On-Loc. And it's time to have a real, honest discussion. A real honest discussion, and hopefully we can get a number of people up in here. Man, I'm full. The Golden Corral was good to me. And if you have never been to the Golden Corral, I suggest you take your family and go. If you have a Golden Corral in your area. So, like, share, and subscribe to the channel. 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 The real hard discussion. Hey, how are you? Do we support one another? That's a question for me in itself. Do we really want to actually, as a whole? I'm talking about specifically as a unit. Do we trust each other long enough to get some things done? That is the question of the day. As we all know it, Jasmine Crockett, uh, Democratic Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, competed with James Tallarico and did not succeed. And she did not succeed for the lack of white voters, I'll tell you that much. Um, they weren't going to support her anyway. The Latino vote, we all know is that Latinos, most Latinos don't like black people either. So uh, some of them are a bunch of hypocrites. But the one demographic of it all, the one party that I would think would vote in mass, and it comes to find out the reason why, and it could have been a variety of things. But as I look at the numbers, math ain't mathing. The math ain't mathing, and I look or I listened to the brothers and sisters of the community, and I look at the numbers, and I go, so this what we're doing again? Again, I don't expect anything. I don't expect anything from Latinas, not too much anyway, because y'all sound like a bunch of hypocrites. And I'll tell you why in a little bit. Shouts out to Reese Waters. Reese, you funny. You is real funny, my G. You is real funny. She won. She won what? The only thing she won was right this way. Kim Paxton. Kim Paxton is the reason why we lost, but we still have to ask that question when these numbers pop up. We got to ask ourselves here. And not to mention, we don't have to pay attention to any haters, any non influencers. We don't have to pay attention to them. Because there's some people out here that don't believe that women can wield power in the first place. We don't have to do all that. We don't have to go that route. But what I will express to you is the more this keeps going, and I don't know how much longer we have before the next president elect, the next senator, the next whoever. A strong black woman like that, in my opinion, is better than Obama. A strong woman like that needs to get a little bit more credit. And the fact that we can't vote her in, can't get this woman in because of the way she talks. Let me do you one better. The reason why being we can't put her in a position of federal power. We can't put her in that seat is because of her willingness to seek out or not seek out, point out white supremacy. Huh. So we're supposed to be, according to some folks in the African diaspora, which I lost respect for, by the way. We want to act like white folk. John Henry Clark, John Henry Clark said something real profound. She said, first, excuse me, he said, we have a real bad habit, black folks have a real bad habit. She was already in federal power. She was already in federal power, but lost the Senate race. Maybe I'm missing something. She lost the Senate race. Pure, plain cut, plain simple. I don't know why people just keep throwing this keep. If I don't see a body, if I don't see a body in this chair, a chair is not a chair if no one is sitting there. That made no sense. I need a body. Just like everybody was telling me that the guy that they finally killed in Iran, uh, he, we finally killed him. We got him. We got him. It's confirmed. Confirm it. I want to see a body. Ladies and gentlemen, have you seen a dead body? I want to see a body. I want to see some teeth. I want to see they killed Prince Lumumba and showed his teeth. They liquefied. They buried his body in acid, and a fraction of his skull was missing, and just basically there was. Ugh, you know what, dude? Hold on a second.
I'm going to show you how James Tallarico won the Texas primary in 6 counties. And then I'm going to show you how Jasmine Crockett lost the Texas primary in 5 counties. Tallarico wins by 144,000 votes. Remember that number. James Tallarico picked up the majority in Austin in Trace County, where he got a 112,000 vote lead on Jasmine Crockett, because he won by 163,000 votes, 51,000 votes. Austin is 8% black. Tallarico picks up 28,000 vote lead over Crockett, where he gets 46,000 votes to her 18,000. In El Paso, majority Hispanic, he picks up the 17,000 votes. In Hidalgo, which is also majority Hispanic, he picks up another 23,000 vote lead, 41,000 to 18,000. Crockett gets about 30% of the Hispanic vote.
Now, remember, the Hispanic vote really was the whole ball game here. This was something I think that was under discussed. Everybody always sort of talks about the vote or this or that. It was really the Hispanic vote that decided this race in a lot of ways. He goes over that in detail and goes over the fact, of course, too, that Tallarico was very focused on that segment.
In Hayes County, he's got a 15,000 vote lead, 24,000 to 8,000. And in Webb County, he gets 10,000 to 7,100 votes, which gives him a 7,000 vote lead. In Dallas County, Texas, where Representative Crockett is from, she beats Tallarico 163,000 to 110,000. She has a 52,000 vote lead. There are 500,000 Black people in Dallas County. In Fort Bend County, Representative Crockett gets 51,000 votes to Tallarico's 30,000 votes. She beats him by 20,000. There's 180,000 people that are Black in Fort Bend County. In Harris County, Texas, which has 1 million Black people, Representative Crockett wins 189,000 to 170,000. She beats Tallarico by 19,000 votes in Harris County, Texas. In Tarrant County, Texas, Representative Crockett 103,000, 82,000. She beats him by 20,000 votes. There are 400,000 Black people.
Now think about that. 400,000 Black people in Tarrant County, 103,000 vote for Crockett. And what he's saying is as Jesse Jackson Sr., who's been laid the rest today in Illinois, what he's saying is there's a lot of rocks laying around doing numbers voting. That is clearly where he's.
May Jesse Jackson rest in power. Even though he has a lot to answer for.
About to go with this.
In Tarrant County, Texas. In Jefferson County, Texas, which is where Beaumont is, Representative Crockett beats Tallarico 14,000 to 3,069, 11,226 vote lead over Tallarico. There are 85,000 Black people in Jefferson County.
85,000 Black people in Jefferson County, only 14,000 votes over there.
You tell me the math ain't mathing. The math is not mathing. I know she lost because of the Hispanics. I said the Hispanics ain't shit. I said that. But again, we can outweigh the Hispanics if we just say, fuck it. We ain't got nothing else to lose. I guess I gotta go over this again. Because again, the math ain't mathing.
Is where Beaumont is. Representative Crockett beats Tallarico 14,000 to 3,069, 11,226 vote lead over the 85,000 Black people in Jefferson County.
85,000 Black people in Jefferson County, only 14,000 votes over there.
85,000 in Jefferson County. What's 85? Somebody get the calculator out. What's 85,000 look like? Or 80, or I should say 85. Yeah, 85,000. And only 14,000 came out in support of this woman. It makes a bit of difference. Tallarico was only up 5 points. Make it make sense. She could have won this thing by 1 or 2 points more. Because Austin was locked up. Because Austin is pretty much a white city. There was Houston, Jasmine locked that up. There was another one that Tallarico locked up. And I'm not saying Tallarico's a bad guy. I'm just saying he's not equipped to put white supremacy in his face. He won't put white supremacy in a place. Not here, not ever. Well, I'll get to all that other stuff in a minute.
85,000. Now you figure, okay, a lot of those people are too young to vote. They may be in some ways otherwise ineligible, but who knows? But you know doggone well that if there's 85,000 Black people in that county in Jefferson and only 14,000 people voted, you've got to be kidding. There should be at least another 20,000 on top of that total.
What are you saying, Gary? People talk about a whole of Texas strategy, and because Tallarico won all these areas, it is a logic that he did so well. The truth is, he won by 144,000 votes. A lot of these counties, some of them have 100 plus votes, 500 votes, 700 votes. The majority of the people who decided this election were in Austin and the surrounding areas, and in Dallas and Houston and the surrounding areas. And that's how these elections always fall in Texas. Puerto Rico ran up the score in the whitest area of Texas on Jasmine Crockett, while the million black people that live in Harris County, a bunch of y'all just said, fuck it. Now his strategy, I do not
a million people in Travis, and here it is. She's at 51,000 votes.
deny, was white voters and Hispanic voters. And the lead came from Austin. Not against James Tallarico. I think he's a good candidate. I'm not ignoring that he had strong messaging. I also understand his strategy. Chuck Rocha, who helped him develop his strategy, worked for me when I ran for the U.S. Senate in 2022. So I understand the logic. I am telling you that the general is not one with that logic, because black voter turnout has to increase drastically in order for Texas to flip blue.
Exactly. And that was why so many advocates Crockett wanted her, because the base of the party, the base of the Democratic Party is black voters. Number one turnout group for black voters, black women. Number two is black men. So now you're running somebody who doesn't appeal to the base particularly. I mean, not to say he doesn't. Again, Tallarico is a good candidate. So that's not the thing. But you would think that the party would be a lot more interested in running somebody who represents the base that gets those voters out, those base voters out.
I am trying to tell black.
I'm still on the number 85,000. I'm not asking for the whole 85,000. I'm not asking for the whole 85,000 at all. I'm asking for a third of that to come out, drown them voting polls. Because quite frankly, this is never going to happen again. Unless it's the same person, and we're going to advocate Jasmine to run for presidency. Other than that, this ain't happening again. It's not.
Black people something though. Why is it enough for us that 189,000 people voted for Jasmine Crockett in Harris County when there's a million black people in Harris County? Especially when we know that Representative Crockett was getting over 90% of the black vote. I want black people to recognize that elections are about turnout and tribes. People pick their tribes, they turn out their tribes to get to the general.
And not only that, and yeah, Steve, you're right. Nobody wants to deal with the reality that Latinos have a big voting bloc in Texas. Absolutely. They are actually the biggest ethnic group in Texas. They're right a little bit in front of white folks. Well, of course, white folks is not an ethnic group, but for the purposes of our political discussion, we're going to do white, black, and Hispanic. Obviously, white folks represent a lot of different groups. You could be Polish American, Irish American. You could be white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. You could be Italian American. You could be a lot of things. So, but I'm going to say white just for the political conversation right now. The point, though, is that, of course, Latinos have a huge thing to say here. And in fact, I think Tallarico really did a good job paying attention to that voting.
And what happens is the people who get their tribe there, they make the other tribes join them. So black voters are always having to come and join white voters and Hispanic voters because we don't maximize what we got 500.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. The story. So basically, hold on. I think that's okay. So basically, it's like this. Dr. John Henry Clark says, and we expect Jasmine Crockett to become this rah rah, you know, dressed to the nine, no long 10-inch fingernails, eyebrows, which Megan Kelly, you're really starting to get on my damn nerves. You really are. If I worked hard enough, and if I worked hard enough for these numbers to go up, because I'm only at 16,000, I need at least 100,000, which I don't know. I'm not claiming it. I'm going to get anytime soon. But I really need that support so I can go toe to toe, face to face with the most prejudiced, most racist woman since Bill O'Reilly. And Bill O'Reilly, you ain't no different either. But anyway, everybody expects Jasmine Crockett to be this yes man, no man, yes ma'am, no ma'am. Uh, I do anything for your master boss type woman. That's not going to get white. That's not going to put white supremacy in its place. She absolutely broke the mold, in my opinion. But the one thing about these Hispanics, they're very hypocritical. She went to a bar, I think, and you know a lot of these bars are packed with nothing but drunks and stupid people. So she goes in there and she says what she says, and she rah rah right there. Apparently, she wasn't speaking Spanish. I guess she wasn't speaking their language. No, we don't want no, you know, who does she think she is? Oh no, we want Trump. You got him, and look what and how that turned out for you. You voted for him the last time. How'd that work out for you? Yeah. People are afraid of women. I just don't know why. People are scared. People say, and again, I could care less about the naysayers. I could care less about these hypocrites. I could give two shits. I'm more concerned about the people that proclaim, especially I've never been in, I don't live in Texas. I don't live in Texas. I don't live in Fort Worth County. I don't live in Dallas County. I don't live in Houston. I don't live in San Antonio. I don't live in none of those spots. None whatsoever. Give old Blondie respect. Okay, I'll give her respect. Fuck that bitch. Anyway, do black people have an issue with if Obama ran again? If Obama ran again, would y'all come out in droves like y'all did last time and put this Negro back in office again? I bet you would. I bet I honestly bet you would. Y'all would come out blazing. No, they went Obama, 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 Obama. That's not true. Lisa says she's not true. Woman, I gave you the link. I gave you the link. But y'all will come out like gangbusters for Obama. Did y'all come out like gangbusters for Jasmine Crockett? Nah, she talks too hood. She talks too street. And oh, by the way, I knew something was wrong with Mr. Jeffries, right? I knew something was wrong. When I said it before and I'll say it again. Mr. Jeffries, you ain't shit. And he ain't never cold piece. They're already talking about, give me a new leader. We need a new leader. We need a new leader. He ain't gonna do this. We need a new leader. And I see why. He's running a script play. These script plays don't work anymore. They just don't. And I'm telling you right now, you can believe me, you cannot believe me. You don't have to listen to me. You can log me the fuck off. I could care less. The problem is, here's the thing. This is not gonna happen again. We're talking about 92% of voters getting mad angry and mad upset that they got duped, not just because of Ken Paxton, not because of him, not just because of him, excuse me, not just because of Ken Paxton. No. It's because we had more out there to put this woman in fucking position. Again, I find out the numbers, I see why she's not up in the first place. They could have been tied, or she could have been down by 1 or 2 points. She's down by 5 points. Again, the math ain't mathing.
180,000 black people in Fort Bend County, and only 51,000 votes for Jasmine Crockett in Fort. Tallarico turned out who would turn out for him. Because if you take out Travis County, Williamson County, and Tallarico, 8% because it's 140,000 vote win in Travis County.
Yeah. And so, again, there's so many black voters. Texas is the state that has more black people than any other state in the United States. The question is polls. How do you get your voters to the polls is the question of every election. What your win number is, and that win number is the whole ball game, is the whole question of these elections. And for whatever reason, Crockett's campaign did not answer that. And when you hear things about not hearing about robos, about cross endorsements, about coordinated campaigns, one of the situations appears to be that there was no real coordinated campaign, meaning that she was coordinated with other candidates on the ballot alongside of her to share in the pushing out of each other's votes. Apparently, there was no coordinated campaign. Usually, when you're in the higher office, you are the leader of the coordinated campaign.
Black people, we got to start and finish with who starts and finishes with us. And at the end, when the general comes, the conversation in Texas is always where the black voters in Houston and the surrounding areas, because these elections have come down to 40,000 votes. Now, this may not matter to you, but it does to me. In the history of America, there have only been 12 black people to serve in the U.S. Senate. Them currently serve. One of them is a Republican who could give a shit about me. Considering that 80 to 85 white people get elected to every term, I'm always pushing for a black person to be able to get to the furthest distance possible to help advance more black people in this country. And I live in Louisiana, next door to Texas in the Deep South. A lot of that shit y'all talk about in the progressive movement, you don't even come out to try and make sure that these things get fixed in the areas that it's the worst in.
That's true. They don't. The Democratic Party doesn't put any investment in Louisiana. It's incredible. And there's enough voters out there to make it an interesting conversation in Democrat.
Wow. If that's true, then that raises
more eyebrows and it raises more questions. Why don't we vote each other in mass just like the Hispanics do, just like the Asians do, just like whites do? What is completely wrong with black people? Is it because we've played these song and dance games and we've been promised a lot? I get it. I totally get it. But I mean, be perfectly honest, you staying home isn't going to do anything. And you wonder why you're not getting what you want. You're supposed to put people in position and demand what you want. And if that person doesn't give you anything, then you're going to be that person is going to be held accountable for what was not done. And he's out of there. And he's not being voted anymore. He's cast out. So we're going to get another one and another one until we absolutely get what we want. But apparently, I mean, I get the gesture of it. And it's because we want a yes man to a white man. Again, these are the questions. These are the questions that need to be asked. What's up? Everyone's. Welcome to the live stream. So, I'm good. I totally do not get it. But you're gonna learn your lesson in about 3 more years. 3 more years with this bastard.
The party's not trying to have a conversation in Louisiana, which is very strange. The point that is made in the chat with regard to Steve, judging how strong a campaign is based off how many people are willing to work for free, I couldn't agree more. And you're right, Tallarico had 30,000 volunteers. I mean, 30,000 people decided. And I don't care if they're young people, college students, it doesn't matter. That's a person out there working for free. That's a person out there campaigning and knocking a door and handing out flyers and all of that, working for free and probably doing the poll work at the end where they sit at the polls on election day. That is voter education. That's a voter contact. And that's all happening with free labor because people.
Yeah, if you want to hit the link. Hit the link is already in the chat box. For those who are streaming, those who are over here, just go to my community wall and go ahead and hit the link, and you can talk about it. Because we need to know where we stand, where we draw the line. Where do we stand at this point? This is 2026. It's bad enough that we have, how do I say it without saying it? It's bad enough that we have tribes and we practice tribalism a lot. But it's another thing. People say that they're not getting, at first they're not presenting what ain't there. They're not coming to them first. Why does Jasmine have to come to y'all? Y'all want something, you have to come to her. She doesn't have to necessarily do anything. You're the one being threatened by the orange man. Talk about this has nothing to do with us, bro. This ain't got nothing to do with us. Bullshit. It's got everything to do with you. Because he does not respect you. and he's put white supremacy up in that pedestal once more. People are calling you the N-word and you don't even notice it. Getting rid of Jasmine Crockett, Al Green, even disrespected Wesley Hunt. And Wesley Hunt's a Republican. Go figure. They don't want you in there because they don't respect you. That's the thing that people don't get. But people expect something in return. How do you know you're not going to get anything in return if you don't put the woman in there? Because she's doing something that Obama, yes, I said it, Obama has not done in 2 of his terms. But yet, let me not get people upset because there's too many Obama lovers out there. And speaking of Obama, I don't understand the glazing. Because every time Trump starts opening his mouth, it's always, I'm better than Obama. Because I did this better than Obama. I did that better than Obama. Obama hasn't ran since what? 2008? Like, what is going on here? What is going on here? Hold on. I'll be up soon. Okay. All right. Okay, cool. We already got one up coming up in the box. Some of this one's coming up in the box. I'll tell you what, it's about the futures of Jasmine Crockett, where she's going to go. Life knows. Life only knows. What can we do to? Hey, Philly. What can we do to sustain? What can we do to, again, what do we have to do to come together as a unit? Do we have to subtract some people? Do we have to subtract some tribes? Do we have to come up with our own base? I mean, there's a reason why, and yes, I'm going to say it. There's a reason why Dr. Umar called it, his movement, DAFA, in the first place. Because there is a Pacific movement that needs to come in and collect data. Not deception, but to collect data, if that makes any sense. Everybody else is just separating themselves, delineating themselves from, I don't know what. We're not the enemy here. They are. White people, white Republican, I would say white ringers all the way right. Your Richard Spencers, your Nick Fuentes's, all of them are all the way right and don't want nothing to do with you as Black people. They even said it themselves. They want a whole white nation. One woman with her team ousted them out. And then collectively, it set off a chain of not just women, but men respectfully going up against those regimes. But now, it's all gone. It's all gone because we just simply don't respect ourselves. And I get it. It's possibly jealousy. I don't know. I really don't know. We'll figure it out in a little bit. Soon as she gets her butt up here. We got us a debater.
People are into your campaign and excited about your campaign. Look, I do think this is a situation where the Democratic Party had an embarrassment of riches. I think both candidates were quite good. Tallarico definitely is a special type of candidate, and I think Jasmine Crockett was a special type of candidate. Tallarico won, and it will be interesting to see if he can pull it off in November. I'll definitely be watching this race. I don't think Tallarico can beat the Republican. That's Drew City 24-26. In a wave year, maybe. I mean, if in fact the Democrats can pull it off, this would be the year. But certainly Beto O'Rourke was a great candidate as well, and he wasn't able to pull it off, which is amazing. He was a good candidate. I actually think Tallarico is a better candidate than Beto O'Rourke. But also Tallarico does have timing on his side and the wind at his back, because this is a wave election year. No doubt about it. This is a wave election year. And if there's any time that the Democrat pull this off, this is it. Ordinarily, I would totally agree. Drew, it's like, it is a red state. I don't care what anybody says. Texas is a red state. They haven't won since Ann Richards. I mean, totally hear that. And this is going to be.
She has no black agenda. Okay. Then why is it that Trump fears her most? If there is no agenda, then why do certain people, including Trump, fear her most? Why do you think she's out of there? She lost. There is no point of no return. I mean, her, AOC, they were a threat. Al Green was just a threat because he kept going in there and asking for his impeachment. And anybody going, knocking on the door, excuse me, he's bothering me. I'm like, okay, let's get his ass up out of there. But y'all don't get it. And then there's the other side of it. There's the other side of it that says she's not talking to us. Who's us? Y'all always go to that us shit. Who's us? The Black Americans. She talks to Black Americans all the time. Oh, it's just you, huh? Oh, you want her to talk to only just you. That's not how politics works. That's not how politics works. Sorry. But if you want to be heard, she does have an office. And you specifically go to that, you go to her and start demanding what you want. But again, she can't do nothing. A person in that position, she already sacrificed one position to go to another. So in order for her to get in that seat, she's got to be voted in. She has to be voted in. People loved Trump because of what he presented. Yes, he has money. He has power. They can do that. Jasmine, she gets regular salary like everybody else does. She doesn't get money from anybody unless they donate to her. Make it make sense. If she was in a position of power, yeah, I can see that. But she's not. Her mouthpiece cuts sharp. We all know this. It absolutely cuts sharp. It could cut even sharper if she was in the seat. But the fact of the matter is, then you got one city, one particular city. It could be two. But if it wasn't for one particular city in the state of Texas, and I don't want to hear Stephen A. Smith. I don't want to hear his mouth. If she was put in that fucking position, You know how scared these people would be? Even more scared. Most of them probably commit suicide. Jasmine Crockett can't even speak. What are you talk, what are you saying? Our youth, the youth adults ranging from 18 to 27 aren't looking at things as the same as people, a 40-year-old. I disagree because again, what have I been saying for the past couple of months? That she needs to go where? To the youth. She's done that. Maybe she needs to speak a little bit more to the youth. Or she should have spoken a little bit more to the black youth. And she had, but to her credibility, she has done that. As a matter of fact, the whole damn Congress needs to start getting younger and younger and younger and younger. I mean, you have to be 21 or 25 or something like that. But you need to start getting younger, but you have to start convincing these young souls that Congress is something worth doing. Most of our, and I'm not going to blame I'm not going to cast aspersions or say anything negative to anybody who has children, but you have to teach your children about what's reality. Basketball and football, and that's cool and all, but you got 1 million people wanting to do all that stuff, and only 1% make it in. 1% make it. You catch a torn Achilles, your career is over before it gets started. So you want something attached to your football and basketball career, but everybody wants to be a football player. Everybody wants to be a basketball player. Everybody wants that fast money. Everybody wants that fast money. I don't know what we are teaching our children, but that ain't it. That's just not it. You got to have a plan B along with a plan C. And I'm not shitting on anybody's dream. I'm saying there's a person that's always going to be better than you. There was a number 1 draft pick, and his name was, I think his name was, he was a first rounder out of Louisiana, and his name was I think his name was Javon Hunt or something. And he was drafted by the, at the time, Oakland Raiders. He couldn't do squat. I believe he had 1 good year. And when they paid him all that money, he got fat and sloppy. Basically stole money from the Raiders. A friend of ours, an acquaintance of ours, I'm from Lansing, Michigan, an acquaintance of ours was drafted, or he went to college to Michigan State University, ran the ball back. He was a punt returner, ran the ball back, tore his Achilles heel, career done. Not everybody can make it. Not everybody can be there ain't going to be no more Jordans. No more. Ain't going to be no more Kobe's. No more Kobe's. No more Kobe's. Let me say it here. No more Kobe's. No more Kobe Bryant's. No more Kevin Garnett's. And there was another one that came out of high school. They ain't gonna be no more coming out of high school because you got to be eligible for at least 1 year. Oh, yeah, and LeBron and LeBron. So it's Kobe, LeBron, and Kevin Garnett. Ain't gonna be none of those. The only reason why LeBron was special is because he was out of his classmates. He was 6'6". By the time he came into the NBA, he was 6'8". People say he's 6'9", 6'8", 6'9", body jumping out the gym. He couldn't shoot for shit, but later on started getting in the rhythm, started flowing, and then next thing you know, he joins D Wade and Chris Bosh, and you know how that scenario goes. Kobe Bryant started off the bench in replace of Eddie Jones. They don't call him the Black Mamba for nothing. But not many people can be the Black Mamba. Ain't no more Black Mambas. So what I'm saying is, those particular people that you want to be, you got to ask yourself these questions. Do I have the grade level? Do I have the skill level? How many times do I have to work hard in it? Do I stay after and ask questions? Do I get help from my teachers? If you have to have a piss poor education, I can understand that. Maybe you need to tell your mom, your mother, and your father, it's like, look, this ain't working out for me. And hopefully you get those parents to say, okay, we'll get you into a better school, and or we'll homeschool you ourselves, right? But these people, these youngins, I'm not saying that if they want to be a Congress person or not. What I'm saying is you need to look at what is bright enough for our future. We need to raise the awareness of what's at stake if we don't put these young cats in position. And Jasmine was going to put these people in position when she was getting in the office. I don't get the fucking juster of it. I don't get why we don't vote for our people in mass. It shows in the numbers. Oh, we get 90, she gets 90% of the vote. But inside Jefferson County, she traveled pretty much everywhere. And she didn't get the votes from Latinos or whatever. She only got like 32%. Tallarico got 58, 59%, which is bullshit in itself, but it's whatever. And then this whole Wesley Hunt shit darted off, and now I don't know if she's gonna sue or not. I don't know if she's gonna sue. I don't know what she's gonna do. But whatever she does, she has until January to get everything in. Then you have people say she's not very bright. Okay.
Very, very difficult for Tallarico, because whether or not, although I will say Paxton running would be a huge advantage. You could get some stars that come into alignment for Tallarico that are very advantageous, like running against the right guy. If it's John Cornyn, I think it's a lot harder, a lot harder race than it would be with Paxton.
James Tallarico's strategy may have worked for this Democratic primary, but he's going to have to get black voters in Harris County and Dallas County the same way anybody else is going to have to in order to become a Democrat to win. We're going to have to make black people and black priorities a higher priority, get higher turnout in black communities.
And that starts actually with black candidates, because what you see often is that some of these incumbents in particular don't necessarily make the black communities issues a top priority. It really depends on the demographics. Certainly, the wider the electorate, the more diverse the electorate, the more people start to talk more broadly and more generally. And then that loses a lot of people because people do want the pinpoint. They want you to pinpoint their concerns. I don't care what constituency it is. They want to hear about what is important to them. There's just no doubt about that. So let me see in the chat here. Republicans done with Trump, war just getting. Yeah, I don't know. The war is going to obviously figure in huge. Apparently, we're spending $1 billion a day in the Middle East, which that's $1 billion a day of our tax money being spent in the Middle East. And then
anybody wants to come up and have a conversation, they can just go to my community wall, and on the not the first post, but the second post. I forgot to put it on the first post. On the first post, or I can just do this. I can do a lot, man. I can do a whole lot, man. Oh, wait a minute. I'm not on straight yard anymore. Wait a second. Hold on. Let me see if I can check. Oh. Here's the link. Here's the link. I share the link. Like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Hey, you, I want some Corona. I don't mean it, but y'all Hispanic, y'all got some effing nerve, bro. I got friends who are Hispanic, but we don't talk about none of this shit. It ain't worth it. It ain't fucking worth it. Hell, because we all got fucking jobs. They hate politics just as much as I do. And I'm gonna get to my thoughts on Tallarico in a minute. Just give me a minute. Just give me a minute. Give me a minute. I put the link in the description. Anybody wants to have a friend, they want their friend, they come up there. Now, with the whole James Tallarico thing, do not ask me to support James Tallarico. Again, I have nothing but respect for the guy. Don't ask me to vote for him. I want to see how this I want to see how this shit plays out. I really do. I want to see how this shit plays out. I love me some Crockett. I know you do. As well as you well know, Loc. Just because you and me, along with others, feel like Jasmine just has to be in the Senate, she can't be about the significant change. Yes, she can. And you know why? Once she does her part, everybody follows suit. Everybody follows suit. You see how everybody came along when she was in Dallas the last time. When she was in Houston, the same shit happened. Everybody follows suit. Even Hell, as and this is far-fetched. If Wesley Hunt wanted to, he has no choice. Because they say, good nigger, I will support you. I will support it. No, you ain't. Come on over this side, bro. Because they kicked you out for a reason. You thought you was gonna get how many votes did he get? He only got 13. I'm like, if you don't get your ass on somewhere, they patted you on the head and they said, bye-bye. Appreciate you. But guess what? Ken and John didn't even pass 50%. He passed 50%. And Donald Trump didn't endorse none of them bitches. I wonder why that is. I wonder why that is. Anybody want to join? Anybody want to join the stream? Anybody want to join and have a conversation? They can. The link is in the description here. The link is in the box. Let's have the conversation. Why do you think Black people do not support us? Us meaning you, us meaning them, us meaning Jasmine Crockett. I'm not going to argue with anybody. I'm not going to argue with Kamala Harris anymore. I'm not going to do that. People need to support Kamala Harris. Let's see where things go. Who supports Kamala Harris? Put a one in the chat if you support Kamala Harris. Come on, let's be honest. Let's be honest, people. Who supports Kamala Harris? Put a one in the chat if you support Kamala Harris. Oops, wrong one.
In Southern Virginia, and I'm going to tell you right now, the gas prices are insane, and typically they're a lot lower down here than they are near the Washington, D.C. area. And I'm telling you, in the Washington, D.C. area, they're $3.30 a gallon.
If you come up, I'll
tell you that, and you're starting to flirt with $4 gasoline. Everybody's going to feel
Laura
that.
Live.
Yeah, I hate the Democratic senators are willing.
Give a shout out to Laura Live. Go ahead and check out her channel. She does an absolutely wonderful job. Talking about the whole politic thing and all, which really she can teach me some. She can also teach me some things about these things. I already know this was a trick bag from the very beginning. When it got started, I said something's wrong. It was like, Dallas County, you can't go to a certain facility and vote. You have to go this way and vote. It's like you're separating. Like, wait a minute, what's going on here? All I want to do is just cast my vote and go home. It's not like the SAVE Act was active. No, Trump called in a favor.
Willing to send money for this war. It is completely ridiculous. And then why and for what? And it hasn't been articulated yet why we're in Iran. Obviously, we're in Iran because Donald Trump wants to please Benjamin Netanyahu. I mean, that's just what it is. And then when you start sending billions in tax money over there, people are going and then telling American people that we can't do this or we can't do that because we can't pay for it all at the same time. I mean, it gets a little bit ridiculous. One thing about Tallarico and Crockett, they basically had the same views. I mean, it came down to which person stylistically do you want to run. We did hear a ton about electability, which I don't necessarily buy into at all. I think that there was an electability factor for her in a state that has so many Black residents and Black voters out there, many of whom were very excited about her and would have shown up in November big time. So I thought the electability thing was quite ridiculous. And so Tallarico is going to have to find a way to really make those voters extremely enthusiastic for his campaign. And that means speaking specifically to their issues. And of course, this is always the trap. This is always the problem.
So let me ask you a question. Do you think Jasmine spoke to each and every single issue Is it because of the reason why she didn't get voted in? It is because she didn't speak to your guys' issue, or is it because of something else? It's because she was too loud, she was too obnoxious, she was what could have been the reason?
Problems is always the conflict. When you start speaking as a candidate, black or white, specific to black issues, you tick off some of the electorate who might be white sitting there thinking, okay, well, he's for that. So now that to me is usually a Republican. But a lot of these candidates that want to get Republican light or lean Republican or moderate leaning right voters, that's when you start disavowing things that are quote black agenda items. So this is always the push pull. Okay, just that they don't have a choice. Tell me what to do. Let me see. Texas can't win. Yeah, and that's the question. Can Texas win? Can the Democrats win this without black voters? They will certainly can't win without them. But the bigger piece is how enthusiastic are they going to be? How enthusiastic and how can he somehow get black voters out there really running? We know what that looks like. It looks like what happened with Barack Obama when he was able to build what is of course now known as the Obama coalition. Hispanic voters, some white voters, and of course black voters powering and that being the base of the party that was hugely successful for Barack Obama. Let me think. Yes, and black candidates can't win without Hispanics. Well, I don't know about that. One might think that black candidates can't win without Hispanic votes. It's probably true in Texas, but you never know. If you build a coalition that gives you some Hispanic voters, you get black voters showing up in the numbers.
You have to speak to everybody's contingents or everybody's concern. You have to be there for them. And I believe that the one demographic obviously didn't show up because I've seen more Hispanics get at this woman than any other demographic there. That's just me. That's just me. Um, this is the hard part. I'm going to play another video for the time being and furthering my question and possibly even answering my own question. It depends why we are so divided, we're so separated. First, I'm going to ask you to like, share, and subscribe. This is tough. This is real, real tough. I'm going to like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Um, the link below should, support the channel. Yeah, once Lisa, if you could put the support link in the chat, be much appreciated. This is tough. This is real, real tough. But it needs to be. This needs to be talked about. One of the other issues. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. One of the other issues in the black space, why we don't support one another, why there is no unity, that we are not unified, is because we're tribalists. We are tribalists. we letting? I'll be in the chat. We're being respectful. Oh boy. Hold on, people. Hold on. Okay. Hey, how much? Hold on a second. Dang. All these people are calling me and texting me all at one time. Wait, stupid thing. Okay, here we go. First, I would like to shout out to everybody for coming to the stream. Shouts out to everybody coming to the stream for This Is Straight Justice. Because Donald Trump has white people thinking that it's okay to go around saying crazy stuff to black people, we are very vulnerable. But guess what? Whatever they dish out, they don't want to take it. Again, Jasmine was capable of doing just that. Margaret Taylor Greene. Do we have to go back to the beach blonde bear boot? You know that shit. Do we have to go through that? Yes, of course it is sad. Shaking my head at why Trump is still in office. Money. Power. Resources, which we don't have. And for the simple fact that the Supreme Court, you can blame the Supreme Court for this. You can blame the Supreme Court. You can blame half of these black men. Yes, I said it. Black men, because they were afraid that a woman, and I was going to laugh my ass off. If a woman was being put in the presidency, Kamala Harris was already won. She already won until, and we need to whoop Elon Musk's ass. We all know that Trump cheated. We all know that. Praise God from New Zealand. Praise God from New Zealand. Hello, how are you? My New Zealand brothers and sisters, how are you? So there are only a couple people that support Kamala. How many people support Donald Trump? Put a one in the chat that support Donald Trump. This man poops on himself, and you would literally wipe his ass. I don't understand it. He ain't gonna give you nothing but some gold cards and some shoes. He ain't gonna give you reparations. And let me not hear not one other rapper mention that. I don't want to hear about another rapper, another celebrities just need to just we don't listen to celebrities anymore. We do not listen to celebrities anymore. Yes, and a lot of scary Congress afraid to make a move. You're right. This is the reason why we need to start young. We need young voters whose mindset is to say enough is enough. All the old ways are over. Ain't no new ways anymore, or any old ways. The old ways are just dead and gone. And this is the reason why Hakeem Jeffries needs to pack his bags and head for Calvary. Cory Booker, Cory Booker, you need to grab Cory Booker right now. You need to grab him right now. Grab his ass right now. Pause. Pause. Grab him and put him and dress him up and put him out there. If you don't grab what people will. I didn't mean to say, but you seriously, Cory Booker, I got high hopes for you. You are a King's replacement. We need to talk, buddy. We really need to talk. Cory Booker and I need to have a conversation. But yes, the Congress needs to get strong, young and strong. And I'm noticing something real quick. There is a delay. So, I mean, well, some of y'all are like 3 hours ahead. We're 3 hours behind y'all. So it is what it is. If you're in the Los Angeles, California area, you share the same time as Nevadians. If you're out there on the West Coast, or on the East Coast rather, you're 3 hours away. But if you're like in the Texas area, you are 2 hours ahead of us. So there's going to be some delay. And if anybody wants to come up, I already put the link in there. I'll put the link in there again. Anybody wants to have a conversation, the time is now. Why are we so damning to us? It seems like, are we going to be extinct? Are we going to be extinct? And shouts out to Michigan beating Michigan State 90-80. Fuck all y'all Duke fans. No, I'm playing. But are we becoming extinct? Is my question. Are we becoming extinct? Because quite frankly, let me see. Hold on a second. Put the link in that motherfucker. All right, the link is in the box. The link is in the box. All right, here we go. And again, I want your opinions on this. I'm not going to be too judgmental, but these people I have respectfully lost respect for.
Well, she did not win. She was bested by that of James Tallarico in the Democratic primary. And it was a significant loss. Now, I know a lot of people by now thought that she was going to win. The polling that came out said that Jasmine is in the lead and this, that, and the other. Well, it didn't pan out that way, which is why a lot of people, when they ask me, do you think that person's going to win? I always famously say, we'll know when we know. We'll know when the election is over. That's when we'll really know, right? All the speculating because people think that this candidate is going to win because they got this and that going on and they're all over the news. Well, we've seen how that worked out, especially somebody. Speaking of Kamala, I want y'all to watch this video of a sister, and she's kind of correlating Kamala, the 92%, with the loss of Jasmine. Now, at the time when the sister made this video, Jasmine hadn't lost yet, but this was her fear. Check it out.
Jasmine Crockett don't win the election, that's going to be one of the most catastrophic things that ever happens. Like, it's going to probably create one of the most, like, river now deep divides between the black community and everybody else. And it's going to be a scary experience because you thought that you saw some from a 92% before. It's going to be a realization that you guys will be real about, you know, looking towards revolution and change and actually caring about the people who are standing on the side of the people. So if Jasmine does not win, and we're talking about who's been vocal from day one, even when we didn't even know who she was, she has been going off and stepping the boot to neck when it comes to that Republican Party, Donald Trump, and everybody. And she brings receipts and energy. She's been in the street. She's been out there. So if she does not win and you just choose the white guy with the crisp smile and a nice suit, oh, wow. Child, y'all ain't never had some get slammed down before. And I'm scared, bro. I got a pit in my stomach because I feel like it's going to be like November 6th all over again, to where it's really going to have mother's turn and be like, it's going to be that's it. And I'm scared. Don't do it, y'all. Don't do it. Do the right thing and please vote for her. She needs to be there. She's been for the people. Don't do it. Please don't do it. Because if y'all don't do the right thing.
So, of course, you heard her basically say, yeah, you know, y'all better hope that, you know, Jasmine Crockett wins, because if you think that the 92% of black women voters that voted for Kamala, you think they're mad because Kamala lost, you wait until Jasmine loses. It's really going to be over for people. And it's like, well, I mean, I don't know how much over it's going to be or if there's going to be some revenge going on. But why, black woman? What about Jasmine Crockett did you think would make her a great candidate? And I'm asking as a black woman, I'll be honest with you, I did not vote for Jasmine Crockett for a whole host of reasons. But I want to know, what about Jasmine that these black women who are supposed to be getting revenge, what did they think made her a great candidate? And let's keep it a buck, is only the black women in Texas that could vote for her. And I'd imagine most black women voters did vote for her, okay? But what about her was electable on that level? Now, I think she's spunky, you know, like people say she's this firecracker, she's a firebrand, but I'm a black woman who could have voted for her, but I didn't. And you know why I didn't? Because I watched Jasmine Crockett run around crying over illegal immigration, right? Calling Trump 400 F words, this, that, and the other. Listen, he may be all of that, right? But it's like the sister girl sassafras act is cute up into a degree. But then the other thing I think a lot of people aren't really not realizing is that in Texas, it's still very white and still very Republican. And some people say still very racist.
So you not voting for Jasmine, simply put, she's ghetto. But she's the one who's been fighting this fight her way, and her way has been working. Whatever happened to swallowing your pride and say, I'm not liking her tone, but if she can fight white supremacy this much to the point where Donald Trump says her name in racial tones and can call his buddies up, Ken Paxton and John Corbin, whatever his name is, call them up and say, you need to rig these midterms. And they sure did rig them. Sure did. Whatever happened to putting your pride aside and just going, let's just put her in there and see what she does? Because nobody else is going to listen. James Tallarico, again, people voted for him because he had a smile on his face. And he talks about the biblical texts and all this other stuff. And he's figured that he can put white supremacy in his place. He's not going to do that. He doesn't have the scruples. to do just that. We have not had a candidate like that for, well, you guys haven't had a candidate. I have never seen it in my lifetime until she came up. And this is how I was programmed to, well, I don't want to say that word. This is how I was locked. I was locked into Jasmine Crockett after she did the whole blonde hair, bleach body, blah, 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 whatever. I ought to buy that shirt to piss people off at the airport. But she did a thing. She did a thing, and apparently things didn't turn out so well. Things just didn't turn out so well. So now it's in the hands of Tellerico, and Tellerico needs the black vote. Is he going to get it? I don't know. We will know soon enough. But like I said, switching gears, and that particularly wasn't really the video that I wanted to show, but this was a good video and a good prime example of why we are we are in the state that we're in. I don't know, just saying.
Okay, so that was a big endeavor on her behalf, and a lot of people said that was, I didn't know, you kind of going up against it. And I think there's maybe been one black woman go to become a senator, and go to the federal level, from what I understand, right? So it was a big feat in and of itself. But in my opinion, Jasmine just had a lot going against her. She had a lot of surface pizzazz and things like that. But as far as black Americans are concerned, what were we going to get out of the deal? I haven't heard her say anything specifically about black Americans, and, well, not a lot at all. Especially within the last year and a half or so, at this point, that Trump is, I heard her just talking about Trump and illegal immigrants, but that's it. So
that's the thick of it. Hispanics come to her and start complaining about shit, and she listens. Asians come to her and start complaining, and she listens. Do we come to her and start complaining? Absolutely not. We expect for her to come to us, which I can see that. Then again, I don't, because you didn't go to Obama, and Obama didn't do shit for you. You expected reparations from Obama? Try again.
While the 92% might be mad and they might be taking revenge and all this, what is that really going to do for anybody? Wouldn't it be better for those 92% of black women that voted for Kamala and now they're on this revenge tour because Jasmine didn't win? Wouldn't it be better for them to just say, hey, black people, let's get together and let's vote for something that matters. Let's get some candidates up that's actually going to do something instead of just going on style and such.
Who? There ain't no one left. Who you gonna put up there? Wesley Hunt? You gonna put up he looked like that wrestler. That wrestler that went from WWE because of some racial habitat or whatever. I forgot who that wrestler's name was, but Wesley Hunt just reminds me of that wrestler. So you're gonna put Wesley Hunt up there? Is that what you're gonna do? You're gonna put Cory Booker up in there? We need to get the old Cory Booker and Hakeem Jeffries. You can give that a rest, because he already said what he thinks about you. The same thing about Obama. People were calling him Hakeem to apocalypse or something because he was allegedly taking APAC's money? Keep settling for the same type of people. Jasmine Crockett may have been the political figure that everybody is, but she was to me a whole lot different than your Obamas, than your not Wesley Hunts, but Hakeem Jeffries, and so on and so forth. And they're getting younger and younger.
And neck rolling and all this other stuff. And you know what makes me sad? Let's get together and let's vote for something that matters. Let's get some candidates up that's actually going to do something instead of just going on style and substance and finger snapping and neck rolling and all this other stuff. And you know what makes me sad about Jasmine Crockett? Me as a black woman, I would have loved to have voted for her. And I think it's sad because she's really smart. Jasmine is not a stupid woman. And I always wonder, is this the talking points and the style that they give these black politicians to get out there and do? You know, act like a donkey. I know the Democrat mascot rather is a donkey, but I don't know if they supposed to be acting like that. I don't know, but she's smart. I'd rather see the smart part of you, and other than that, you know, this, that, and the other, Trump, you, this, and you been, I can go to Walmart and see that. I can go to a nightclub and see that. And speaking of which, I saw that she did go into a Latino nightclub. She got up on the mic and said, y'all better get y'all ish together because we got to turn this mother around. I was like, that's how you talking to people? And they was looking at her and they wasn't even really paying no mind. But I'm like, but see, I ain't never seen.
Okay, so what does that have to do with you as a black woman? Allegedly. What does that have to do with you, again, swallowing your pride and said, let's see if this works out? Because obviously, Jasmine Crockett is the only person that calls out white supremacy. I don't remember. Put a one in the chat if you remember Donald Trump calling out James Tellerico. Has he called out James Tellerico and said he's a moron, he's a fool, the Democrats, they're in trouble? Has he said anything to that extent about James Tellerico? Has he said anything recently about Cory Booker? Has he said anything about Hakeem Jeffries? Has Donald Trump called out any of these people I just named? Any of these people? No, and why would he? Why would he? Why would Donald Trump call some people out who ain't worthy to wipe his damn shoes? Why would he do that? Why would you have me waste my time supporting a candidate that basically I'm not relatable to? And again, you have that right as well. But again, people, we're fucked. We are fucked. Good luck for the next 4 years. That is, of course, if Tallarico wins, then I will give the bow. If he doesn't, you're screwed. And this is never the voting of the next black female candidate for presidency? No, you're not gonna see that. No, you're not gonna see that. You're not gonna see it. You had it right there, front and center, where everybody can see. But because she did, and she does all the head, neck, and wrong, that you must be somebody's son. You are the biggest hypocrites in the African diaspora. There ain't, first of all, there ain't nothing African about you. I'm sorry. This is just the way how I feel. We've worked hard. All of us who are Jasmine supporters, and I appreciate each and every single Jasmine supporter out there. Y'all can give yourselves a round of applause. And having to do these things on a whim. Support Jasmine every single day. I've had it on my live stream. I've had it in the community wall. I've had it on my shorts, and y'all went. And I even did a petition. I even did a petition. Y'all went balls to the wall on that. And I respect each and every single one of you, man. I really do. I really love that about y'all, man. I really love that about y'all. But for the rest of y'all, it's pathetic. All these excuses. They ain't nothing but fucking excuses. Just say that Jasmine didn't have enough policies in there for me. Her policies didn't show. Her policies, you can go on her website for policies. I'll just make up any old freaking thing. It's an excuse, but now they're going to see. BTA. Nothing but BTA. BTA all day.
And you go and do that to white folks, get up and get the, cussing and all this other stuff. So because she should have just, used her intelligence to speak to the voters, do something, give a voter reason to go out there and vote. But I couldn't do it, right? Like I said, for a whole host of reasons that I really can't get into on this particular platform. But if you get the app, oh yeah, we could get into it there, because
Sorry, I pressed the wrong button. Where's the link? Look on your phone. Hold on. Hold on a second. Press the wrong button. Hold on a second. I gotta get used to the restream. Okay. All right. Add to the stream. Yes. Hello. Hello. You're on mute. You try it again. But anyway, 3 more years of this son bitch. And this is what you want. Okay, let me see if she's on back in. It says, hello. 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 Lisa, you're on mute. Good. You gotta look at the where I don't know if you're doing a tech. Hold on. Hello. 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 Just come up regularly. She's done this before. Let's see. I'll do this. Go to another. Go to Firefox or something like that. Go to Firefox, find the stream, find me, and the link will be there. Sometimes you're just gonna have to do it like that. Just go find Firefox, come back, and then hit the link. You have to go on a different stream. You have to go on a different server. Let me see here. Let me get rid of that. Oh, yep, she's gone.
Thank everybody involved. I'll be going right after this. Over. Very sad situation. To greet the families of the heroes coming home from Iran, coming home in a different manner than they thought they'd be coming home. But they're great heroes in our country, and we're going to keep it that way. There's always, when it comes to war, there's always that. But we're going to keep it to a minimum, I think, Pete, and going to be something that we're really providing, not for the Middle East, but for the world. These were very sick people. This morning, I'm honored to welcome heads of state from across the Western Hemisphere for the first Shield of the Americas Summit, and it's...
Yeah, you got to unblock it. Let me see. Remove key placeholder. That's on your end. I haven't blocked you. This is blocked. Hold on, y'all. And my phone is about to die. Hold on a second here. A senator emphasis is blocked. No, I'm not returns. No, add to the block list. I didn't. No, that's on her end. Go to a different server. Go to Firefox.
Something very, very special. Marco's been working on it very hard, so have a lot of other, because it's a very important place for us. It's nice to be home. It's very, very important. You know, we go all over the world, 9,000 miles away, 12,000 miles away. I said, how long is this flight? Sir, this flight is 19 hours. I said, oh, that's great. I said, now I have flights that last for 2 hours. I like that better. Much better. But on this historic day, we come together to announce.
How come he sounds sick? Normally, I don't hear him sounding this like this. This is strange.
Announce a brand new military coalition to eradicate the criminal cartels plaguing our region. And you have a lot of it. One of the things when we were talking backstage, you were telling me the crime, the cartels, and we're knocking the hell out of them where we can. We're going to go heavier. You saw what we were doing with the boats coming in. The boats, there's not a lot of people coming in by boats anymore. We knocked down drugs coming in by sea. Drugs coming in through water is down 96%. We're trying to find out who the other 4% are, because I think they're the bravest people in the world. Either that or they don't watch television, right? They're either very touching, but we're calling this military partnership the American.
And you want this for the next decade or so, or you want this the next 3 years, and who's to know after what happens the next following years after that.
America's counter cartel coalition, and that's what you need. You have cartels, just they seem to grow in this region unbelievably rapidly. Has to do with drugs largely. Earlier this week here in Miami, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, who's right here. Pete, you're fantastic, doing a great job. We're proud of you. And representatives of 17 different nations formally entered this new alliance. The heart of our agreement is a commitment to using lethal military force to destroy the sinister cartels and terrorist networks once and for all. We'll get rid of them. We need your help. You have to just tell us where they are. We have amazing weaponry, as you probably noticed over the last short period of time. But I want to thank members of the coalition, most of whom are friends of mine. Few of them I just met, but most of whom are friends, many of whom I endorsed. And they took that endorsement and they went on to win big. I haven't had a bad endorsement yet, right? He says, yes. He was happy. He was a couple of points down and went up like a rocket ship, right, in Argentina. But the president.
Do you hear how boring he sounds? Half of us don't even know what the fuck he's talking about. But this is your president. This is not mine. So I just point that out to ask you a question. Do you want to endure this for the next 3 years? You're not going to have a choice. Unless you are swallow your prides and vote with Tallarico, which it may work, then again, it may not. Every time I try to turn on the mic, it kicks me out, says reload. Let me turn off my phone and see if that works. Okay, I'll be here. I will be here. Because it seems like I've got my answer. it seems like I've gotten my answer in that we don't support each other outright. We just don't. And no, that's okay. Lessons learned, belt to ass. Oh, lessons learned, belt to mother freaking ass. We're gonna learn lessons, but I need to honestly get where I need to go next. Just wanted to show y'all that you're going to be dealing with this president. You're going to be dealing with him for the next 3 years if you don't swallow your fucking prides and vote for Tallarico. All of you. Let's turn this shit blue and we'll figure out the other shit later. But honestly, I have to go over here and show this sad video. I do. And this is one of the reasons why I wanted to get in this heavy. Oh, is she here?
Hello?
Okay.
All right. You can hear me?
I can hear you now.
Yeah, I switched to my tablet. I don't know. I think I did it wrong because I'm not technical. All
No,
right.
you're fine.
Requested my presence.
Wait a minute. The way you guys reacted to Charlie, the way you guys disrespected Jesse Jackson's son today at the federal, your party needs to go away. First and foremost, I am not a Jesse Jackson fandom, although I do pay respects to our brothers and sisters. Not all of them. I do repay respects to Jesse. I'm not a fan of his, but I do respect. And are you mentioning Charlie Kirk again? Why does everybody who comes on my stream always mention Charlie Kirk? Why is that? Who mentioned Charlie Kirk? I never mentioned it. Did you hear me say anything about Charlie Kirk?
No.
No. I didn't say anything about Charlie Kirk. I don't even know who Charlie Kirk was. I know he was a supremacist, but that's about it. I didn't know anything about Charlie Kirk. But you know the sad part about this? Even kids, young kids, sing his songs. And that is sad. We are totally school, but enough about Charlie Kirk. I don't know anything about you can call out Charlie Kirk to the heavens. I really don't care. I don't even know who Charlie Kirk is. Anyway, Lisa,
Yes.
here's my question to you.
Wait a minute. Hold on. I can't hear you that good. Okay.
Like, share, and subscribe to the channel. 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 And go ahead and support Cash App.
Hold on, Dr. Pepper. Hold on, Dr. Pepper.
Hold on, Dr. Pepper. You and Dr. Peppers, I swear. Wow, I'm trying to figure out her mic. I'm not a Jesse Jackson fan either, but
This is my first one in 2 days. I've been on a water thing.
well, that's good.
Really?
That's good. That's great. Doesn't mean I'm going to disrespect him at the funeral. I don't think you understand what I'm saying. Especially this guy has a very low reading comprehension. You talking about me, you talking about somebody else. I don't have to maybe I wasn't clear. Maybe I wasn't clear. So the We-On-Loc, as I know, is going that as I was born and raised to. Hold on a second. Let me get my shit together. All right. Now that I got this. Okay. Look at me. Look at my eyes. Look at the camera. Fuck Jesse Jackson. Fuck him. Got it? Good. Piss me off long enough, I'll tell you how I feel about you. Now, the only reason why I said what I said was because he still has a lot to answer for what happened with Martin Luther King. Need I say more? Why didn't Martin Luther King's family attend his funeral? You got the thing ready? Hello?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, you got your mic ready and everything? You good?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead and tear my head off.
Oh, okay. Well, before we even do any of that, let's just say this.
And I just did my hair, so just relax with my head.
Well, I know your hair looks good. You're looking good today. Pretty
Thank you.
Not gonna argue, not gonna
Mhm.
be childish, not gonna be petty, okay?
Okay.
Agree? Okay. Now,
I already know what's coming. I already know what's coming.
that's right. That's right.
Jesus Christ, I already know what's coming.
I like me some Jasmine, and I like some other people too. And I'm not in a class by myself. Matter of fact, at Jesse's funeral, there were some things spoke on, and it was to things that are going on now and about the togetherness and things like that. My whole thing is this: I told you she was not going to win, even though I was rooting for her, even though I liked her, signed the petition, did anything I could to help her. I concur with you. She should be able to be who she wants to be in whatever manner that is, as long as she's not pulling a Janet Jackson or a Faith Evans with her skirt being blown up or something. But the society we live in, there is a certain amount of decorum that is expected when you are in certain positions or putting yourself in a position to be in those positions. Now, for anybody that might say, well, I don't like the fact they call her ghetto and they talk about her nails and her this and her that. Well, first of all, we're not talking about a child. We're talking about a grown woman that is not new to the game. Let's just take a glance at her go down memory lane. She's been a prosecutor. She's been a defense attorney. She's been a civil rights attorney. She's served on the Texas Supreme Court. So, needless to say, and the House of Representatives, I mean, she's licensed in 2 states. It's not like she's new to the game. She knows what goes on and she knows how it goes. This isn't her first merry-go-round. And anyone going into politics whatsoever, they understand it's crooked, it's low down. And if you are not, I'm going to just say, in with the in crowd, the popular crowd, then that's when they try to assassinate your character. Now, Jasmine forgot, when we talk about her situation with Trump, her and AOC and things like that, Trump is a sore loser. Trump is a very jealous hearted man. And I don't buy for 1 minute that Trump is afraid of Jasmine. I just don't, because let's look at who we're talking about. We're talking about the president of this country. We're talking about a low down, vindictive man that didn't care anything about blowing up a whole school of girls. So, why would I possibly think nothing she can do can hurt him for real, other than cast her one vote to impeach? That's all she can do. Other than that, it's just exactly that. I don't believe that he's afraid. He
And
wants.
it's quite interesting, Lisa, when you say that. It's quite interesting that you would say that he, Donald Trump, or anybody whiter than matter, is afraid of her. If that's the case, then why call out her name?
The
I
same
don't
with
remember her. I don't remember her. I don't remember him. Excuse me. I don't remember him remotely calling out James Tellerico or Cory Booker or any of these other candidates.
let's look at what Jasmine did versus Tellerico. Tellerico didn't go after Donald Trump. Tellerico didn't go looking for trouble. Tallarico stayed in his lane and left Donald Trump alone. Now, Jasmine, on the other hand, which I mean, I totally agree, because Lisa's gonna say what she wants, how she wants, to whoever it is. I wouldn't care if it was Donald or who it is. That's just who I am, and I'm going to be true to who I am. But Jasmine went into Donald. She started with Donald Trump first. She went after him, and that caused him to have an issue with her. It wasn't, he's not, there's a saying, you know,
Hold on a second. How am I being?
always laughing with you, they're laughing at you. And just because someone says your name, it doesn't mean what some people take it to mean. Everybody doesn't take the fact that he says her name as some kind of consensus that he's afraid of her. I mean, everybody just doesn't say that and believe that. I personally don't think that Donald Trump is oh so scared of one individual person. Jasmine is unique in the sense of her accomplishments, but when we talk about uniqueness, let's just look. We've had many Black women in the House of Representatives. Anyone that becomes an attorney, would we agree? They're highly intelligent, smart, nice IQ. Most of those people, as I told you, they are attorneys. Jasmine is not the first Black attorney representative in the House of Representatives. She would not have been the first Black senator. I'm not trying to take away from any of her accomplishments, but what I am saying is that she's not the first. And where she is unique in certain areas, it's not like she can save the world. It takes all of us. We all have to do some part, just like you did. You advocated with her. You did streams about her. You did a petition about her. Some of us supported all of that, did we not?
Yes, we did. I was referring to more of the standards of her her being in a position to where people hate her guts, and people already hate her guts already. And this is the reason why I say let's just keep it. Let's just keep it a thing. She has no seat. She doesn't have the seat anymore. She doesn't have a job anymore. She still has a job, but after January, she's gone. She's gone.
But the thing about it, Locke, is this. She knew the risk. And that's a choice Look, Jasmine's not the type of person that would look one way. She's going to weigh her pros and cons. That's why she kept saying, I've got to look at the numbers. Jasmine knew if she didn't win what it was. If she won, that was fine. Then life goes on. That's not to say she can't run for the Senate again. That doesn't say she can't run for the House of Representatives.
Federal, depending on who's in office.
Come the nominee, so why wouldn't she be able to run again? That's not true. Huh?
Donald Trump ain't gonna approve that.
Donald Trump doesn't have to approve it. Did he approve her running now? It's the people, those votes that we say don't count.
Yeah, and they still don't. No, I'm still on that. If they count so much, how come she is not in the seat? How come she's not in the position to go to compete for federal general? How come
Because
she's not competing for general? She can beat Ken Paxton. I've heard Ken Paxton speak. Ken Paxton, according to some people, stated that he didn't hit 50%. He didn't hit 50%, nor did John hit 50%. And none of them were endorsed by Trump. So they have to be weak.
They have to have a runoff. But let's go back to what you said and break it down so we can digest it accurately.
And by the way, I'm practicing on my debate skills, and I'm failing miserably at it. You gotta give me a try at trying
Well, that's what we're doing. That's why no petty, no childish, and no arguing. There's a difference in a discussion and being passionate about a discussion. But that's what we're doing now, and I'm trying to show you some things. And of course, I'm hearing your viewpoint to rebut those. And, I can be wrong. I can learn stuff from people. I learn stuff all the time from people. But we don't need to be wishy-washy, as I would call it, or indecisive. 1 minute we feel this way, the next minute we feel that way because things didn't go the way we wanted. And if our votes didn't matter, if they didn't matter whatsoever, she wouldn't have been in the House of Representatives in the first place. If your votes didn't mean anything, she wouldn't have been on the Texas Supreme Court. All these things that I'm speaking of, they are elected offices. They're not offices that the president or the mayor or a senator appoints. These are the people's voice speaking. And that's why I'm telling you, there is no reason that if she chooses to, not what I want, not what you want, and anybody else wants, if she chooses to say want to be in the House of Representatives, she can run for the next term. She can campaign and run for the next term. Okay, apparently she's not interested in the House, so we're going to go straight to the Senate. There is no reason. Donald Trump has nothing to do with who runs for senator, who's the nominee, except who he endorses. And always, just because you don't endorse somebody doesn't mean that they don't win. Because honest to honest, Ken Paxton, I'm trying to understand, just like Donald Trump, why is he back in office? He got impeached. Didn't you know that? Ken Paxton's been impeached.
Yeah, you told me.
And so why is he even holding an elected office once again? Is that white justice, Yeah, that white justice. No different than what we're sitting up here looking at with, Kristi Noem. Oh, come on. Of course, Donald Trump knew she spent all that money on that ad. He had to. Okay, there's no way that Donald Trump didn't know she had bought those luxury planes with the queen size bed, the four flat screen TVs, a full eatery bar. Come on. But what she did, she put Trump out there on Front Street. She wasn't. When Kennedy asked her, he said it 3 times. He said, "So you're telling me the president authorized you to do an ad campaign spending $220 million of the taxpayers' money for you to sit on a horse in front of Mount Rushmore?" And he asked her 3 times. And she said yes. Okay, that was her mistake. That's it was everywhere. They were talking about how Donald Trump got upset about it. Her second mistake was sitting up there when Jamie Raskin and several other Democratic uh, questioned her about what they said about the terrorists. And what I was doing the other day, this weekend, when I was listening at the different hearings and committees, which we're talking about the oversight and the judiciary committee, I noticed the pattern. Anytime that ICE would kill someone, they would either say they are a terrorist or it's an act of domestic terrorism. That's their go-to. And Raskin asked her, he said, "Don't you think you owe their families an apology?" Well, we're still investigating and I can't. So that was a very bad look. You know what I'm saying? You label these people and he's questioning her saying, "Look, you didn't even give it time for there to be an investigation. You just ran out here, said, what you said, and that was that." And I say this as we both know, the rich and famous are above the law. The rich and famous have no rules because if they did, Donald Trump wouldn't be in office in the first place, which I still don't understand how a convicted felon of 34 counts could possibly run for president, win the presidency. I just, I don't get it. Now, had that been Kamala, Obama, Tish James, and anybody else, it could have been me or you. Never would have happened. Just like the way Joe Biden. I am so sick and tired.
Me too.
People feel like things are the way they feel they should be. Oh, okay, we're going to blame this person and we're going to blame that person. And it's this, it's the Biden administration. Well, wait a minute. You were in office before the Biden administration. Why didn't you seal up the border then? You guys keep talking about all the millions of immigrants Joe Biden let in. Answer me this line. How do you decipher which immigrants came in under which president? Is there any way for you to tell?
I can only think of one or maybe two.
Right.
Which would be
is the point.
He did allow open border.
I mean, the point that I'm trying to make is exactly basically what you're saying, is that they don't have a tattoo on their arm with a number and a year. So you can't tell who came in under whomever. They just can't.
You're just pointing to one. You're just pointing to one or maybe two people.
Right. It's just like what they were saying as far as the voter, the fraudulent voting. Last week in one of the oversight and judiciary meetings, Christy Nome was trying to sit up and say, well, Jamie Raskin was asking her about having ICE at the polling stations and that it was against the Constitution. And she was saying, oh, so what? Are you planning on having people illegally vote? He said, you know what? In the past 50 years, there have been 8. It's the Heritage Foundation, if you want to look it up. It's the Heritage Foundation. There have been 8 people out of billions that have committed voter fraud. So, dismiss us with that weak crap. But of course, They don't think we're paying attention. They don't think we're listening. Because I'm gonna
And
tell you, go ahead.
it's not going to matter at this juncture because of the, I want to say, the simple fact how the people of Israel, for example, have this boy underneath, has their finger underneath Trump's butt and controlling him and telling him and his administration what they need to do. Why do you think Christy Knowles was silent for 68 seconds? It's because she had to be silent for that long because they knew they were getting caught up in the Epstein files. We didn't forget. We didn't forget about the Epstein file. We didn't even forget. We didn't forget about none of it. But
Bundy, you
it's not going to matter because they're not going to care either way. Epstein files, release them. Who cares? Pretty soon they're not good. They're a billion dollar class. What makes you think a billion dollar class gives a shit about what you think or whatever happened to this person or that person? They could snap their fingers and just expose the entire administration with a snap of their fingers if they wanted to, because they're getting what they want through him.
Well, normally I might look at it like that, but I don't exactly look at it like that for various reasons. Since you started off with Israel, I'll start with Israel. This is nothing new. For 40 years, he has been trying to get our country, America, US, to join him in a war against Iran. Now let's look at this. Bush, Obama, Biden, Clinton, none of them were dumb enough to get involved in some crap that had nothing to do with us. Actually, Obama had a peace treaty with Iran to not have a war. And Donald Trump tore it up because what? We all know Donald Trump he's been itching. Has been twitching to start a war. That's why he did what he did in Venezuela. Partly, he wanted to start a war, but he also wanted to divert attention from Epstein. Well, that didn't last too long, did it? People went right back to Epstein and those files.
It didn't happen. It didn't happen at first, Lisa. We tend to forget 2016. 2016, of course, he wanted to rename everything under his name, under his regime, and then he got impeached. Then he comes back a second term around, which I still don't know how we still voted him the second time around, but that's irrelevant. But his second time around, he's playing a different tune. One minute he doesn't want war, but then the next minute he's at war with everybody, and they're still up in the air on this Greenland thing. What's up with the Greenland thing?
Well, it's like this, and this is just the way that I see these issues right here. Just bear with me for a second. As I said, he has been trying to get each one of our presidents to join in a war with Iran, and nobody else was going to put this country and lives of our soldiers, children, our land at risk for something that had nothing to do with us. Okay? Trump wants to be this king. He wants to be a dictator. He thinks he's going to go down in history as the greatest. What did he say at the State of the Union? He's the best president. What did Bundy say? The best president ever. So anyway, back to this. Trump did certain things because they served Trump. Israel, it's not because he has his finger so much. Jared Kushner is over there with the cryptocurrency and has made over $5 billion over there in Israel. Yeah, he's over there, the committee that governed over the crypto, Donald Trump did away with it. The things that are different, this is totally different than 2016 for many, many reasons. When he got impeached before, it was stuff like obstruction of justice, insurrection. That is totally different than blowing up 100 little girls. That's totally different than our soldiers dying. That's totally different than what Trump has done. He's about to cause the whole world. What Trump has decided to do has affected the whole world and their economies. If you think I'm joking, pull up the meeting they just had 3 days ago, and the UK was talking about they're sick and tired of. They tried to pacify Trump. They stroked his ego. They disagree with him, and they're not going to deal with a bully anymore. So this is why I'm saying it's different, and it is. And the biggest thing that's different, he has amnesty. He didn't have that before. So therefore, he can break international law. He can break laws of the Constitution here because he feels he's what? Untouchable. But he's getting ready to find out that he's not. And something else. See, it's one thing for, say, me. It's one thing for me to sit up and say I'm ABC. It's another thing for me to believe it. It's no different than the State of the Union. It is one thing for him to sit up there and stand up there and say, this is the greatest economy, everything's doing good. And you have all these Republicans standing up, clapping them. He can say that all day long, but you and I know different, don't we? The American people know different, don't we? Because we're not in that 1%. We pump our own gas. We pay for our own gas. We pay our electric bill. We buy groceries. They don't. And these are just a few of the things. Trump has dismantled what he did. He came in and he dismantled all the agencies that could govern over and watch the things that he was doing and that could bring him up on charges. Then he put in place his people, Marco Rubio, Hesse, Pam Bundy, Christy Nome, Patel. And that's not even talking about the ones, his name. He's at the White House, and he's actually the one that set the quota for Christy Nome. Oh my gosh. I know what you're talking about, huh?
I don't want to say Chuck Schumer.
Schumer's in Congress. This is this guy's up in the White House with Trump.
You talking about JD Vance?
But he's up there with them. He's up there, with JD Vance and Trump. The guy Kennedy from Louisiana, when he questioned Christy Nome last week.
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And so just, like I said, now what is coming out? Okay, she's been stealing, she's been lying. Here is Bundy. Don't you know? And you can't make me believe Donald Trump didn't know she had a $31 million mansion under construction. You can't make me believe that how she was sending this money to the offshore accounts to a shell company, and Donald Trump didn't know anything about. Now, what has she done? She sat up there and she'd have flipped the script on Trump, because the way Jamie Raskin in the House, he told her, he said, we're not playing any of those games. You will answer the questions. You will not attack people. And she backed herself in a corner where she had no choice. And when she started that, her little thing where she says, It's an open investigation. I can't discuss it. So Jamie Raskin said, that's not true. According to the intelligence department, you don't have an open investigation. According to the Secret Service, you don't have an open investigation. So bottom line, now she was subpoenaed. The Democrats and Republicans came together and subpoenaed her. Matter of fact, I sent it to you, Jasmine Crockett. That's why I'm saying her work is not done. I'm telling you, there are bigger things than being a senator. There really are.
She presented a folder which represented which had some things in it that can get Pam Bondi in trouble. I mean, we get all that, but again, how many people have been indicted? How many people out of this whole regime has been indicted? Only one person.
This just happened, didn't it?
Oh, excuse me, two people got in.
This is that's what the Massey law stuff is about. Now here comes the rap. You've gotten away with this stuff, and what I've seen, I was watching some today, and I get it. Oh, it's so clear. It's brilliant, really, because what they've done, each one of those people, they backed them in a corner, caught them in their lies. Like Kennedy was asking Cash Patel, who would be using your security clearance at 7 o'clock in the morning, the files, and it says administrator. You have to have the approval of you, Cash Patel. No one else can go in and look at it. So it was you. And so now the charges are going to start coming. They're wanting the answers now. They're wanting the answers for those 38 people. Now, I hate to say it online. Maybe I need to say it when we're just talking because I don't have really the facts, but some of the names, they're none of the names you mentioned that I've heard. But, you know, they're the Clintons, they're the
Obamas.
Rogan. I said Obama and Michelle Obama. Yes, I did. That's what they said. That's what they said. But then they came back and said, you know, just because a person's name appears in those files does not mean everyone is guilty of, you know, bad behavior, atrocious behavior.
All I want to do is keep Trump's name. Trump, and I want Trump indicted. That's what I want. I want Trump impeached and indicted. I want him underneath the prison.
The problem is this. What Donald Trump has done and the Republicans have done, let's look at what position we all are in as a whole. Donald Trump already knew the voters did not want a war. And he did it anyway. He already knew.
Yeah.
Huh? No, he did have a choice. He didn't have anything to do with that. This, you know what Trump is saying. What Trump and them and Marco Rubio said is that what it was, Iran was going to get us first. So before they could get us, we got them. What? Are you kidding me? That's ridiculous. Really, it's redundant. Seriously. There was no justification for this war in our country. He did have a choice. He didn't have to bother Venezuela. I mean, he's talking about next he's going to go after Cuba. He's already telling, and Mexico, they're next. I mean, look, Iran has these special types of drones, right? We're not
you got going on right now.
Oh, I didn't even realize that. Hold on. I'm sorry. I didn't even realize it. Why didn't you say something before?
It just
okay. What about now?
Mike Tech. Still there.
Well, there's nothing else on.
He's talking about
But what I was saying is that they have these advanced drones that we do not have. We do not have the capability nor the technology to destroy Iran's drones. Now, look at what Donald Trump has done. Turkey has gotten involved. Russia. You know what Russia and China's doing, right?
What are Russia?
Oh, what Russia and China are doing.
Mhm.
They're helping the Iranians. They're furnishing them with weapons, and Russia is telling Iran where our bases and stuff are. Yeah, and then Turkey got bombed. Turkey's in it. I mean, more and more people are getting drawn into this thing. And like China said, what was really messed up about this, because 2 or 3 weeks ago, Trump was at the bargaining table with Iran. They left from the bargaining table, everything was cool. And then you turn around and go at war with them. And so China and the UN, Africa was upset about it. They were saying that was really messed up because you were in negotiations. And for no apparent reason, you turned around, flipped, and now we're at war. So those drones, there's one country that has the technology. Do you know who?
How all
Huh?
Because I can turn on turn on YouTube. You got
Oh, I don't have anything on. Just the tablet that I'm talking to you on. There's nothing else on other than my stove. Huh?
On that tablet,
I don't normally use the tablet. I did the tablet to see if it will work.
okay,
You keep going in and out.
how did you
Oh, how I got in?
Yeah.
Came out on my phone. I came into the chat, the live, on my tablet, and went back to studio, blocked the camera, and came on in.
Okay, well, you're on your tablet now.
Turn it down.
No. You're on your tablet now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Text it in the chat. I'm not hearing you going in and out.
You see it?
Not yet. I'm delayed. Because this right here, we're still talking on my phone. Don't you? Huh?
You're talking on your phone.
I just turned it says. Well, I thought I had turned it off, but apparently not, because we're talking up here and I'm listening to us down here. So how am I blocked? Okay, let me back out of YouTube altogether over here. You want me to which one? The way I normally talk to you sound better, or this way?
Mic check. You
Huh?
Because how it is, you're working both.
Okay.
Lessons by you gotta one of the
I thought it was off.
Meanwhile,
Meanwhile,
let me play this real quick. Where did I put that?
Mic check, mic check, mic check.
I can hear you, but you can hear me twice.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hold on.
I hear you just fine.
Yeah, but you're. I don't have my YouTube. Let me see. I had to mute myself.
Last time you were on the show, it was right after the
What happened?
You gotta cut them off.
No, I've cut my stuff off. I'm talking about what you were playing.
I can't play it because you gotta cut it off. You gotta use your tablet.
I'm on the tablet with you, and I've cut my phone. I came out the app of YouTube. I can cut my phone off.
Okay. YouTube, or rather have you got your on YouTube. Go to YouTube and minimize completely.
Okay.
Mic check.
No.
Hold on. Dive out.
You want me to go out the tablet and get back on my phone like we normally do?
Try that.
I'm not familiar with this, and this is not StreamYard. Okay. Do you got? Is it in there still?
Mic check. Yeah, still.
Okay.
Because I can hear me. On and on.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me. Yeah, because she has YouTube on. So I'm trying to tell her, cut off YouTube. I already did. No, you didn't, because I can still hear me. Unless somebody's tricking me. Anywho.
Hanukkah massacre in Sydney.
Yeah.
And there was, and I think there still rightly is, a discussion about the rise of radical Islam in Islam around the world. This is the question I asked you. Take a listen.
Oh, I remember.
What is the bigger threat to America right now, American values, American life? Islamophobia or jihad?
I think we have to focus, quite frankly, on, if we're worried about the threat to American values, on the person who's in the White House.
You still stand by that?
Donald Trump is a threat to our democracy. And I certainly think that Islamic fundamentalism is a threat generally. But if you're asking me what the biggest threat right now that Americans are facing,
you see it as Donald Trump.
Yeah, because he has single-handedly begun to dismantle our democracy.
Go back to the very top.
He is ignoring the Constitution. He is ignoring
It's just not working. It didn't work for Harris and Walz in 2024. It didn't work for Clinton in 2016. It doesn't work. So I'm just wondering why Democrats keep doing it. Do you think if you say it more, people will suddenly realize how bad Donald Trump is?
We are talking about the decisions that Donald Trump and Republicans are making that are making their life harder, that are making their life more expensive. And when I stand in front of my constituents, when my colleagues do, we are making sure that while criticizing Donald Trump, we're doing it with evidence to back it up. And it so happens that Donald Trump is a terrible president. And he's making life harder for Americans, and that's why we're going to win this election. And Hakeem Jeffries is going to be Speaker of the House.
I want to see if we can end on something you and I might
Let's
agree on. I think so. That right now in Iran, there are thousands of people on the streets protesting against the regime, getting shot. They are being tortured. They are protesting largely for women's rights, something that Democrats say they champion. And yet Democrats keep warning that America shouldn't help the protesters. We shouldn't intervene. If Donald Trump does anything to help the protesters, it's wrong. I'm wondering, why do the people who say they care so much about the rights of the oppressed remain so silent about such an oppressive regime?
I love when sweeping generalizations about Democrats. I don't know, any of my colleagues who have said anything like that.
This is the same woman, Congresswoman, let me get her name. Let me get her full name. Debbie Wash Sherman Schultz, Democratic Party from Florida, I believe, was breaking this type of news to people from around the world, and now she's getting death threats. See, anyone who speaks ill will, who is an important figure who speaks ill will about Trump, usually gets death threats. Maybe not from him, but from any and everybody who supports Trump. This is how sick this world is. Let me continue. Oh, is she here? Hopefully she's got her mic. Please say she got her mic together. Hello? Oh, wait. She came back.
Well, I'll put it there. How many of your colleagues have stood up and said the American government needs to do everything they can to help the protesters?
We need to make sure that human rights abuses that occur in countries like Iran are fought against, are prevented. We need to unite the world against that kind of conduct, and we need to hold Iran accountable for
Why is it so hard to say the Ayatollah needs to go, the Iranian Revolutionary Guard needs to go, and I would support anything that would happen?
The Ayatollah needs to go, and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard needs to go, and I wouldn't support absolutely anything in order to ensure that, because we have to make sure that we're not, going to war with every country across the globe. Why? Because the American people want us to focus domestically on making sure their life is easier. But I just said
you have certainly embraced the affordability message. It's good to see, ma'am.
I have. Thank you, because my constituents want me to.
Well, that says something about why you've been in Congress for so long.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download our.
It's a shame how in 2026. No, it's not a shame, because it's like the same people who don't like to go based on history because history is in the past, right? Well, if you don't read your history, you don't read about your history, you don't study your history, you don't learn from history, you're doomed to repeat it. White supremacy could care less about your feelings. I would beg to differ that your rights are being taken away from you slowly but surely. Why do you think the Republicans are celebrating right now that Jasmine Crockett is gone? Jasmine Crockett is not even a factor anymore. So Wesley Hunt, never been a factor. It's never been a factor. Hello. Hello. You're good, Lisa. You're good. You're good. You taught me a lot. But needless to say this, your rights are slowly but surely being taken away from you. Just like Jasmine, just like Al Green, just like every other candidate who is a threat to white supremacy, to the Trump administration, to this war, to this money, to this power that is literally killing this country right now, and they could care less about gas prices. Watch when I say what I mean. These gas prices are going to jump up. Remember how you was all up in my grill about gas prices, or the gas prices, gas prices. I can give a shit less about gas pricing.
Oh, for real?
Hello.
Hello?
What? Yeah.
Well, is this better?
This is much better.
Well, guess what? I can't get on my phone.
You're on now. You're on now.
I'm on the tablet.
Oh, okay. Stay on the tablet.
I went back to the tablet because I kept on, every time I kept doing it, kept on reload. Oops, something went wrong.
You stay on the tablet.
Okay.
You want just stay on the tablet. I was just telling these people that your First Amendment rights ain't shit no more. You know why? Because the lady that I just played while you were fiddling with your tablet, she was threatened by the Trump administration, not necessarily from Trump himself, but anybody who was a public figure who talks to Trump is going to get that work, if you know what I mean. Going to get that. And slowly but surely, your money is going to get taken away from you. Your rights are going to get taken away from you. They want you in a position of crippled. They want to cripple civilization. And I just say, this is the reason why I come to this and asking people this question: why is it that we cannot support a Black woman who is specifically clowning these people to the point where she had to retire a Congress Republican woman in Marjorie Taylor Greene? And before you say the words, she got fired, she got retired by Jasmine. He's like, she's a weak.
Well, you know, the thing is, for all of those people, you know, that want to say how she acts, well, how about Nancy Mace? Her and Jasmine were having words, and she said, well, you want to go outside? Who sounds ghetto now? Nancy Mace. Yeah. What is that? That's a threat.
That's on it.
Yeah. I mean, we know there are these double standards, quote, that, like I was telling you earlier, we have a lot of ladies throughout the different areas. Let's just look at a couple. We have a Black female Chief Justice, thanks to Biden. We have Carol Mosley. We have Pamela Stevenson. She's out of Kentucky, and she was a retired Air Force colonel, and she's running this year for Mitch McConnell's seat. Yeah, that's Kentucky. And if she wins, she will be the first Black woman ever to hold that seat.
I understand. I understand. I'm gonna have to mute. How do I do? No, I didn't ask for that. No. Oh, thank goodness. All right, I'm gonna have to go. You have to go ahead, Jamaica. Okay, first and foremost, I understand where you're coming from, but this is about Lisa, not Lisa, but this is about Jasmine, and for the simple fact that they would not vote for this woman outright simply because she did not play the role. You know what role I'm talking about? The role of
Talking about
the good girl, everything's okay, we're Christians, we're going to be all right. I have to give you a slap on the hand there, Trump, because you're not doing what is being done by the people. You have to be held accountable now. It's more like Jasmine put BTA. And I should have came out with the shirt sooner. Jasmine is putting belt BTA to Trump's ASS. You know what BTA stands for?
yeah.
Belt to ass. No, she's too ghetto. She's too hot-headed. She's blah 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 blah. She went to a rally. No, no, she went to a Mexican club or something, and she started cussing and saying and that, cussing and carrying on. We don't want people like that. No, we don't want people. They do for you. We want Trump. And I'm asking these people, how is that working out for them? And not only that, in Jefferson County, 85,000 people live in Jefferson County. Only 14,000 voted for it. The math ain't mathing.
I know I heard you say that earlier, and I put in the chat you were playing that.
Okay, but you have 3 years left. Do you think James Tellerico has a chance in Hades of standing up to these people? That's my question. But here's the more important question. Here's the more important question. I have not been asked this all night. Why do we not support a woman like? Why would we not support a woman like this? Please tell me why.
I just sat up here and gave you a whole host of stuff before I got into.
Not you. I'm talking about everybody else. You already went to a whole damn diatribe. I'm talking about everybody else that wouldn't even give. Only one person gave me an answer all night. Black Rock. What? Rewrite that. But there's only you and a school of people only gave me specific answers. And it's like, this is the reason why I wanted people to come up, and I wanted to express. It's like, how do you not vote for a woman who calls out white supremacy on the daily and has uncovered a lot of stuff, because she is a defense attorney and she can unlock some things, I guess, as an attorney. Get some files turned into her, get some files read or some shit like that. I don't know. I'm not an attorney. But she's capable of doing shit like that, right? So I'm trying to figure out, why would you want to be behind somebody who's this accomplished? It doesn't make any sense to me. And this is the reason why it's like, and some people often say, well, she didn't get to us fast enough. I said, who's us?
What do you mean she to us fast enough? What do you mean?
That's what I'm trying to figure out. She didn't speak to my issues. She spoke to everybody's issues. And then of course I had to leave. And then of course, if reparations,
oh my God,
if reparations wasn't on the table, then she wasn't. I was like, you ain't gonna get no goddamn reparations, especially from her, from a Senate, from somebody who hasn't gotten a seat. Or you were speaking about something about the immigrants. You weren't speaking to us, dude. That's because the immigrants came to her first. The Hispanics came to her first. White folks came to her first. The Asians came to her first. You did the exact same thing with what you did to Obama years ago. You just sat there and hoped. You did a hope campaign. I hope this nigga give us reparations. I'm done. I'm fucking done.
Defrost.
We're cooked. We are cooked, man. BlackRock donated to her campaign, but Tallarico's donations are being kept secret. Well, it doesn't mean much now. Does not mean much. Go look up Obama-Iran deal while praising this guy. I was like, what deal are we talking about? The soft cushion deal? What did you just tell me earlier, Lisa, about the deal about the I'm blanking.
So what are you talking about? Iran?
Uh-huh.
Which part? What are you talking about? What, Donald Trump or the other presidents or the
Obama when he had to deal with Iran?
The agreement that Obama had for peace with Iran, and that Donald Trump tore it up. That's why they were back negotiating. It had been in place since Obama was in office until this go around with Donald Trump, and he tore it up. That's why he was back at the bargaining table with Iran now in present day. But this is something Obama did. I'm not sure if it was in his first term or his second term. If I had to guess, I would say his second term, but it's been in effect. Remember earlier I told you, I said Israel has tried this with all of our presidents for roughly the last 40 years, and nobody was stupid enough to get involved with it and fall for it, except the Donald, which shows you it's just like the whole mess. If you look at it, what he did, he didn't think it through. He set up, and I don't understand how he could think this. He sat up and thought that if you assassinated, you killed the supreme leader, everything would change. How, really? How in the world could you? This man has been in power buku decades, and he was ruthless. That man didn't care anything about killing 300 of his own people. So why would you think that you could go in and kill this man and everything was going to be perfect and pretty? Teletubby. That's just ridiculous. He didn't have a plan. He still doesn't have a plan. He just had 32, it was either 30, I think it's 38 generals and admirals come out in public and basically
bye.
Yeah, because they're like, look, you're putting our people at risk, our armory. We aren't prepared for this. And then you have Caroline Levitt standing up there saying, well, we have weapons in places nobody else knows about. And in the meantime, our people over there are getting jacked up left and right, to the point that Trump underestimated Iran. There are several things. Last June, Trump said he got rid of all their nukes. He said he destroyed them all.
He's saying he keeps saying all that crap now.
Yeah, but hey, if he destroyed them last June, how could they be back now in February?
According to him, he destroyed communications. He destroyed their boats. He destroyed this. He destroyed that. You know, this is America, the greatest country in the world. Blah blah blah.
With a liar, you can't believe anything he said. It's just like he's saying he sunk one of their warships. Is he telling the truth or is he lying?
He's lying.
Huh? Right. I mean, I don't totally agree with you in one way, but in another way, I agree with you and I understand where you're coming from. Since we are dealing with a habitual liar, that's why you want to see the body.
Why the hell does everything have to be goddamn Googleable? You Google the shit. Everything Trump says is a damn lie. The economy is a lie. Whatchamacallit now? It's a lie.
Well, it's just like when this stuff started with Venezuela, he lied and said it was about the drugs, the war on drugs, but then he pardons the biggest drug trafficker in the world. He pardons the man. El Salvador. He pardoned him. So it couldn't possibly be on the war on drugs. And then now, word is that since it was put to Bundy like this, she worked out a deal to get amnesty on some, I guess, of what she testified to or is going to testify to. And, they say she's giving it all up. She knows where, how, what, this, that, and the other, because she's been Trump's back scratcher for 14 years. And so it came down to basically this, Trump's other attorney, Michael Cohen, that Trump had paying Stormy Daniels, the porn star. Okay, he went to federal prison because of Trump. Then you have Giuliani. Speaking of, where's Giuliani? They kept asking her, the Oversight and Judiciary Committee kept asking her, who is it that approved Maxwell's transfer? And that's something that Congress, the senators, whoever, we already know the answer basically. But who approved for this woman to be transferred? Because the prison that she's at, the federal prison, is not supposed to be housed for people that have been convicted of sex crimes. And do you understand that she gets puppy time? Do you understand she's got workout? Do you understand she gets her own meal plan? I mean, wow, I'm living that good and I'm out here.
Yep. It's not like she can go to general population anyway.
I mean, I'm right.
You want to go to general population because you know how they treat people in general population.
And then her sitting up, her and her attorney saying, well, if Trump maybe were to give me clemency, she point blank says she would speak to Trump and Clinton. Those are the two names that she would absolve if Donald Trump, pardoned her. Now, before Donald Trump and everybody kept saying, oh, Donald Trump hasn't been accused. He hasn't. Well, now there's a lady that has. This grown lady says she was 13 when he assaulted her. Apparently, see, all of these files consist of a lot of other things. This young lady had been interviewed by the FBI.
4 times.
Huh?
4 different times.
My thing is that okay, we have this ring that Epstein supposedly quote the head of. So when you cut the head off of that snake, where's
Another
the
one rises in his face. Yes.
right? It has, I mean, they were reading at the committee the other day this letter from a guy, I think it was Turkey, Middle East, somewhere like that. And they were saying, you know, that little Russian girl. Oh, yeah, she was really bad. She was really a naughty little girl. Anyway, he's sitting up talking about, know we can read between the lines, bottom line. So, what do you mean? Who in their right mind? Come on, Locke. If you are not of the Rainbow Coalition, why would you with the Rainbow Coalition? I mean, if they're a family member, I could see that. But just to be hanging out, who would want to hang out with Epstein, a man like this? Because I'm going to tell you, when I look at Epstein, he looks nasty. He looks nasty to me. He looks like he needs a
people like that with money.
Yeah.
You want to hang out with. You're going to hang out with him, whether he look nasty or not.
No,
I want to hang out with these people.
No, look.
It ain't no different from, and I hate to defend this, ain't no different from Diddy. Ain't no different.
I think it is. And the reason I'll tell you why, Cassie was a grown woman.
Well, it was more than Cassie now. It was more than Cassie.
Cassie's the only one that went testifying in court that I didn't watch the whole trial. I just only heard. And what I heard of Cassie, that little bit was enough for me to get ghosts. Well, you know they put Diddy or Kelly up there with Epstein now. And I think that it's quite, I mean, apples and oranges, they're all fruits. They've destroyed women's lives. But Epstein, and this is what I want to know. They show these pictures. And Pam Bundy, they have a picture of her, a picture with Trump and Epstein and her. She's young. Okay, they have pictures of Melania Trump and Donald Trump and Epstein. They have a letter from Melania Trump and Maxwell talking about, well, yeah, why don't you come down here to Key Mar-a-Lago, and we can hang out and go shopping. You guys were buddies, and you think that we're supposed to believe you didn't know what was going on. Come on, Locke. I mean, some things you might be able to keep from some people, but you know the whispers. Think about the YouTube streets. Okay, you know how people whisper.
Full grown and damn well, they all sleep in the same house together. In the same damn house. All your senators, all your mayors, your appointed mayors from back then in those days, and not to mention some of your Supreme Court justices.
Yeah. Oh, politicians in there too.
The question is, who has the trigger finger? Who has the trigger finger to go, I can destroy you at any point in time that I want. Any point in time.
You already know that's what happened to our girl. Like you said, who has the authority and the power that when they say do it, it is done. They don't care who you are. When they say do some, all the person want to say jump how high. No questions. You get, like you said, you think about it. Money, fame, success. I mean, we were just talking about the other day. Jeff Bezos just got married like last year. $50 million on a wedding? That's ridiculous. It should be a law against somebody wasting that type of money on a. I mean, y'all are getting married. What y'all got? Y'all got some old legs, body parts or something?
Like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe. I don't get, again. I don't get. Maybe these people will answer my question. Why is it that we're so afraid of black women being in power? Why are we so that don't make no sense?
Yeah, it does. That's why you don't understand.
Huh?
I say that's why you don't understand. Look, I'm not talking about a Senate race. I'm not talking about any elected office. This goes back way, way back. Ancestors. Let's go back to where it really began. You know, women were the healers, not men, women. You know, women used to be able to tell certain things about their bodies and things by the moon, the sun, the herbs. They were the mother, the epitome of society. Who is the backbone of a man? Let's answer that.
A woman.
Who is the real threat? It's not the man, because the black man has never really been able to protect the black woman. So, who is the real threat? Who is it that could have a baby and that afternoon be back out in the fields?
The woman. Well, she had no choice to be back out in the field. They put her right back out.
You know, they sit up and they talk about black people in a way, but all them, you know, them Scarlet O'Haras, they was after y'all brothers. They wanted some of that mandingo. All them white women couldn't wait for their husbands to get gone so they could hook up. You know, the black women had the babies, but they made sure the white women, when they had them, they got rid of them. When they got caught with their hand in the cookie jar. I mean, the black woman is resilient. She is. We some strong women. And this is why I tell you, this is not the last of Jasmine, not at all. If anything, that's why I was telling you in the chat, you're looking at it wrong. If anything, don't look at this as an L. This has just elevated her. It really has. Because she'll be known for being the one who was cheated. They couldn't come up with any dirt on her. See, this is what really happened. They couldn't come up with some legitimate filth on Jasmine to make her back out the race. She wasn't supposed to run. They were supposed to make her back out. Think about it. The only issue was the nominee. If there was not a Jasmine, there would be no question of who the nominee would. So those extra finances and stuff. I mean, I don't know much about Tallarico. I really don't. I haven't. I just heard him speak the other day, and I liked what he said because he was talking about Jasmine. He was talking about, you know, she was a colleague, and you know,
he low-key supports her, but it's like, and I don't cast no aspersions on him, but they just want her silent. So,
but keep trying to tell you, just you've got this thing. Explain to me. Help me understand this with you. What is it with you in this Senate seat that you think that Jasmine's gonna go up there and out the other 200, almost 300 people in the Senate, Jasmine's gonna ride in and save the day? Help me understand that.
I never expressed that, but
That's
it's something. It's something that possibly maybe when she gets in that. Okay, it's like this. if she gets into that seat, in my humble opinion, and she starts putting in work, she starts getting to work, everybody else follows suit.
No.
Therefore, I mean, I'm not saying she's the leader of the whole pack and everything. Have a good night. But I'm not saying that she has to be the leader of the whole fucking pack. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is, it has to be something when Donald Trump screams your freaking name in a passionate racist tone. And it's not just him either. You got other people. You got other people hating on Jasmine for whatever freaking reason. But you're gonna praise this person, this person, this person, this person. It's something about Jasmine at that point in time, especially when you have black consumers say her name in anger. It's something, and you know what it is? Is that she might be a whistleblower. I don't know. I don't know her background. The only thing I know is what's in front of the paper. What's in front of me. She's a civil rights attorney. She's an attorney. She's fucking congressman. She went to school. She went to what school is that? Thurgood Marshall School. That's all we know. That's all we know about her. We don't know if she knows things behind closed doors. We don't know what type of secrecy that people tell her from day to day that she can absolutely close this chapter on Trump or his administration. We don't know that. What we know is how much of an influence this person is and why people are so mad at her or disrespecting her or just flat out hate this woman because her nails are fucking long. Her nails are long, her hair, her eyelashes, how black she is. It's always an excuse, or it's always something, we're gonna just say all these crazy things. It's the same thing they said about Malcolm. That she's Malcolm. It's the same thing they said about Dr. Khalil Muhammad. Anyone who has a revolutionary way about themselves, they are going to be talked about. And that's why I don't get about our people. I just don't get it. And this is the reason why we're screwed. We're going to get screwed. We're going to get screwed in ways. You know your Crown Act, the Civil Rights Act, all those bills are going to go bye-bye.
No, they're not. No, they're not. First of all, the Crown Act is a law. It's a law. Second of all, this is why I'm asking you what I'm asking you. Listen at yourself. I told you this before. Go back and listen at your streams and listen at what you say and how you say it. That's why I'm asking you, explain to me what it is you think she's going to do. It's not she can fix everything and she's going to make this big miraculous change. She can't do it by herself. She has
she was going to. I didn't say that. I didn't say that she could fix everything by herself. She's not Supergirl.
But keep saying
the first. She could be the first of many.
Right? What was Jasmine going to do in the Senate to help me? Tell me that. Tell me what a Texas senator can do for me in my state.
Get rid of Trump. That's all we want right now is to get rid of that motherfucker. We want him gone.
She can't get rid of Trump.
What?
She's just a senator.
Wait, hold on. Stop. Hold on. Okay. 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 I remember 2 or maybe 3, maybe 4 people telling me how the House and the Senate work. How they work. Okay. If the states turn blue, right? The seats there are like 19 some odd freaking seats. I don't know how many seats there are. if all those seats turn blue and say Jasmine is in that seat or Tellerico or whoever the hell, right? The House votes on it. It gets to the Senate, right? The Senate votes on it. She signs off on it. The thing is passed.
No.
Correct.
No. You got it all messed up. I did not tell you anything like what you're making it sound like. I never told you. Never. I never told you. First of all, when a seat turns blue, right now, come November, we will have control. The minority, we will be no more. We will be the majority. When you are the president from doing things. But Senate has nothing to do with just alone. You can't do it. I don't care if every seat up there was blue. You need some Republicans to get him out. You just can't have Democrats. That's how come the Epstein files were. It became
okay. So I didn't mention. Okay, so I didn't mention Republicans either. You got to have a couple of Republicans.
Blue seats, and I'm telling you, just blue seats can't get anything done on their own. And especially, you know, I tried to explain this to you way back. You have other senators that are black women, that are black men, that are up there putting in the work, just like you have her and other blacks putting in the work down in the House. But it doesn't just take the senators and the representatives, it takes the people. We, the people, have to believe in something. And just like I asked you, and I heard an answer anytime I've asked you this, tell me, was somebody, because see, we got a black senator here in Texas, is going to do for somebody in California, somebody in New York, somebody in Ohio. What are they going to do for those states when they are a senator in their own state and each state has at least 2 senators? When is she going to have all this time to focus on everybody? That's why each state has their own senators that go up there and represent the interests of their people or people in their district. What may be important to me in my district may not be important to you in your district. So you vote accordingly. You vote for whoever you like for whatever reasons, and that's it. Like, to me, what's important are these damn property taxes they talking about doing away with. That's what's important to me. I'm not thinking about what anybody else is saying, only my district, because I can only vote in my district.
I thought you said healthcare was more important.
Huh?
I thought you said healthcare was more important.
I ain't said anything about healthcare was more important. I haven't had a discussion with you because I have healthcare.
No, but you said in terms of the premiums going up, you said that healthcare was the most important thing to you. I must have got that backwards.
Yeah, you did, because what I told you last year when you were blowing it off and acting like it was no big deal, I said, well, you know, people who have to pay for their premiums, it's going to affect them. But I don't have to pay for my premium because my husband has insurance through his job that covers us. Our premiums are paid for by his job.
I need a drink.
You can have 2 or 3 of them, but I didn't tell you that. You may have misunderstood me, but I didn't tell you that.
But you did mention something about healthcare.
My question: what is healthcare in my city and district? What does that have to do with the rest of the states and cities? I still am trying to get you to help me understand how any senator from any state can help me in my state.
Is your state red or blue?
It's been both. It's red right now. It was blue last time. 4 years ago for Trump, when Biden came, we flipped it blue. The South
But
flipped
it's
from
red now.
no, yeah, it is. Yeah.
I
Yes.
don't have to worry about it because my state's purple. We don't give a damn either way, which is kind of ironic in itself. But my point of attention is I forgot about the point of attention because Eric keep laughing at me.
You sitting up there talking about you need a drink. You sitting up there acting like I don't need you,
Eric.
I need a drink, like I drove you to drinking. But guess what? I love you. I love you too. I want to tell you this though. You're doing a great job. You really are. This is much better. Because after the last time I told Barb I wasn't coming back up here no more.
Why?
No, because it wasn't nice. It wasn't nice. It got all loud and you got upset and you were irritated.
I did not get upset.
Yeah. Okay.
I got upset.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Me. I got upset with what?
Irritated.
The whole Obama thing.
Yeah. Now I told you when.
Hey, it's not my fault. It's not my fault that he gets himself into some shit. It's not my fault. It's not my fault that they keep saying that Michelle Obama's a man. That's not my fault.
I know, just like it ain't my fault the school still ain't open yet.
Not yet.
Here. Yeah, it's always not
yet.
yet.
What is it? I didn't know Obama had a school.
And we coming. Look, give me some more money, but give me some more money.
Why you break? Umar ain't politics.
He might not politics. Think about it. The question of the stream was, do we support each other? And I disagree with what most people say because we do support each other. And Umar is a prime example. Umar had a vision, and we as a race, as a whole, Black people, we believed in that and felt that it was a good thing to invest in or to try to help become a reality for our young Black men. But yet people say we don't come together. Well, how'd he get over $1 million if we didn't come together? Wasn't no super PACs for him. Wasn't no big donors backing him. We the people. Not me, because I didn't donate, but you know what I mean. He's a great
you got those same people who deducted money from him. But I don't want to get into the whole thing because that would be starting another war. And by the way, hi, Marianne. How are you? I hope everything is fine with you.
I'm not Marianne.
I know.
So why would you call?
She knows who she knows who I'm talking to. I mean, this is the same woman. At any rate, this is the same woman that says she got a whole $69,000
Okay,
which was a lie. So,
I mean, from my understanding, it's two people. It's somebody else, because what I heard, somebody else sure knew a lot about a check and some money and this and that and who gave this and who did this and why. Somebody sure was talking, but I'm not familiar enough. I was never really into that, so I don't know. I just know
a phony check was written. That's all you need to know. A phony check was written, and I called it out months ago. And apparently she's feeling the aftermath because everybody's on her ass.
It's another woman, and it's not Marianne that was sitting up, because my question was, how do you know so much about Marianne's business?
Why would I know?
I ain't talking. Did you hear what I just said?
You kind of drifted in it. I don't know. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt because you drifted in and out so much. Could you go through that one more time, please?
I said there was a woman that is not Mary Ann that seemed to know a whole lot about Mary Ann's so-called business and a check and everything else. And my question was, how do you know so much about Mary Ann's business? Because to me, I would think you Mary Ann.
One word.
No.
Doxing.
Oh.
That's what they do.
Oh.
Dox. That's simple enough. That's all that sector does over there is dox.
See, that's what happens when you in and out and you don't know you're a little child, a baby in the woods. See, that's why I don't really get wrapped up in there. If I have a question about something, if I go over there or pop up, I'll ask it. But really, none of it's making any sense to me because I know a while back you told me something. I was looking him up, and that's how the only reason I know who she is. She had a little video or something, but I knew he was taking her to court because you said so. But anyway, none of that got anything to do with me and my state.
Look, I'm okay. My thing about it, and I didn't even get to the video that I wanted to get to. It's just
Go
too
ahead
late.
and do it.
It's too late in the afternoon. Look, this is one of the reasons why we're too damn tribal. We're too damn tribal. We got different tribes now. It's just, and we're fighting for something. And on top of that, we're not talking about repairing things. We're not talking about repairing things. We're not talking about being competitive. We're not talking about the significant importance of being a community again. We're not talking about any of that. It's all about money.
I think that you're right in certain spaces. I think there are other places and spaces that this stuff might not be going on. Like you said, it's a reason why I go certain places or I haven't been certain places because I don't have time for all that mess. If you just gonna bring a bunch of drama into my space, holla at you. It's a reason why I come over here and I try to do anything I can to try to uplift you. Just like I said earlier, you have done a phenomenal job. You really have. You really have. In a short period of time, you've come a long way. You make a girl proud. You make a girl proud. That's when you like agree to disagree. But really, I don't have anything really I disagree with you on. I think, like I said, if you continue, like to see you passionate and caring about something. Because something I was asking you earlier, that's why I kept asking you who those people were. And I was asking you as well. I was like, well.
Oh, that was Lauren. That was Lauren. I go through all that stuff that goes through my algorithm. I'll listen to, just like like Dean Withers. He just ended up in my rhythm, along with Parker, and then Reese Waters, and then some other folks came. You know what I mean? They're all in my algorithm now.
Yeah.
Because these people, and then there are people who are doing
these are fans we
or call-ins, and getting like 200 to 300 to 400 to almost 1,000 a night. And they all want to have a discussion of like, why do we support Trump? Why do you support Trump? Why do you support Trump? And you don't get and you get a few legitimate people who will have a conversation. It gets ugly, but I'm telling you, those people you are worth the conversation. The rest of them, nah.
Well, I think most of the time, we have some good conversations over here. Of course, we get our trolls and those other people that if they feel that way, they don't have to be over here if they want to be disruptive. But I think we have some really good discussions over here a lot of times. I think that I was telling my godmom about you, and I was saying, he comes up with the catchiest title. Well, yeah, it starts there. When you put a title up, that's what starts viewers to wanting to see something. They have to, the title. The title has to say, "Ooh,
What
let
what
me see
what did you call it? What did you
what's
call
Trump."
what did you call it?
Nazi mustache. But you have a lot of good titles, I think, and that's where it starts. If the title, it's like a movie or a book that someone doesn't recommend to you, and it's not an author you're familiar with. Oh, this sounds like this might be a good book. The name sounds good. Let me look on the back and inside and read a little bit and see if
Let's
it's.
read the index. Yeah, let's read the pre thing or whatever.
We-On-Loc Nation is live. I've been trying to catch him. Let me go on over there. I want to see one of his lives. Oh, I like him. Uh-oh, there go We-Loc Nation. He's got a new short. Let me check that out. Oh, let me send this to my friend, forward this to my friend. And that's how you've grown and grown and grown, and you will continue to grow some more. You know, now you just got a few other things that you're working on that I think, like I said, compared to the last time I was up here, it
Mhm.
was not nice. And I told Barb, I said, I'm not coming up no more. I'm not, oh
You
no,
know,
he invited you
you
coming up. He doesn't.
you were lying. The
What?
same thing she was lying about. And yeah, you still here.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand that because I didn't
How was
come.
it? How are you going to expect me to not seek the truth? How do you expect me not to do that?
No, I don't expect you to. Just like I don't expect you, I expect you and want for you to supersede anything that I may have guided you or shared with you. I want to see you rise as high as you can go. It does my heart joy, happiness, because what you refuse to not be true to yourself. I don't care if you only had me and you, me and you in a live talking, or me, you, and Barb, or 4 or 5 of us. You still were true to yourself.
Well, I maxed out the 60, so it's all good. So, I'm grateful to the supporters. I'm grateful to everyone. But
I know you are, and I like I
again, you,
some
you, you,
yeah.
you can get as mad as you. I mean, you and Barb get mad as you want, and I know she's ex-military. But guess what? It's not gonna stop me from saying Obama's a piece of shit. It's not gonna stop me from saying it.
One thing about me, I was telling my son, I said, baby, I said, when people see or feel like they can push your buttons, that's one of the things. If a person can, then you fix that, because you don't ever want anyone to be able to manipulate you and control you
Not at
by
all.
saying no. I said I was telling my son this because what, I want him to understand that and know that, because people do that. People are users. They're jealous. They get jealous because, oh, look, they're
Yeah.
doing, instead of being happy or saying, you know what, I'm not gonna be over here watching all this
Oh shit.
drama. Yeah.
Speaking of which, girl, Up.
Wonder where she's at tonight, because she's always here.
She's over at the other. She's on the other stream. I got 2 streams up.
We got a stream going on.
Yeah. See, I'll even show you. See, she's like, hi.
Oh, I saw her the other night. Yeah, it wasn't a lot because I hadn't been there long. It was a short stream, I think like 20 minutes.
Oh yeah, I forgot what I was talking about. I forgot what I was talking about. But yeah. I wasn't gonna be long at all. The one stream I did show, I said again, why is Tellerico up 50? Why is Tellerico up 5, 6 points?
Have you ever looked at it a different way? Have you ever looked at it like Paxton feels like if he's the nominee, Tellerico was the easier opponent to beat? Have you ever thought about it like that when it comes to Jasmine? The reason she couldn't win because she couldn't beat her. She was unbeatable. So if you have an opponent,
she's 44, right?
Huh?
She's 44, and Paxton is like what, 60-some years old.
And what's his name? He's a crook too. He's a criminal too. The other guy,
John Corbin.
Yeah. He's a crook. He's just as crooked as Paxton.
They are.
Yeah. And
they were going to get exposed. This is the reason why.
It
happened when it happened. Corny. Listen, Bart, you know a whole bunch of names. That's why you need to get your little corny little butt up here. Salute. But it's spelled C. It's spelled CORNYN. Corny. I call him corny.
You know, when I knew when Jasmine got up there and she was like, you know what, you guys have a good time. I'm gonna go on to bed. She knew then, and you could tell she knew then because her whole demeanor, her energy was different. But the way that I looked at it, just my way, that they knew they couldn't beat Jasmine. So the way not to face Jasmine is to make sure Tellerico wins. And then if he's the easier opponent to beat, would you want him to? You would. You wouldn't want to risk not being able to be elected into the seat that you want.
Okay. I'll concede at that. I'll give you that. That's not what I'm asking. That's not what I was asking. That's not what I'm searching. Because I know the trick bag. I know all that. I know that there's going to be some tricky dicks going down the street in November. I already know all this. I already know we're going to be in a piss poor state of an emergency, but no one's going to give a damn because, quite frankly, we're going to be in deeper trouble, and we're going to have to deal with this man for another 3 years.
Now, let me tell you something, and we'll see in November which one of us are right or closest to right. This is what I see. I've seen the coverage, MS showing where Donald Trump is meeting with, the House Republicans, and he's saying, look, they're gonna impeach me. And he's not talking all sly smug. He has this worried way of saying they're going to impeach me. And then he proceeds to say, so we can't let these seats flip blue. All of this, it's not just about just Jasmine. It's about disenfranchising the voters to ensure that Democrats do not flip those seats and get control. Because what's going to happen? And Mike Johnson has said it quite a few times. He said, if the Democrats get control again, Donald Trump's presidency is over. Now, why would the House speakers say that? Because one, the same reason they got rid of Al Green, they got rid of two people for the same reason. Okay, when I saw that Al Green was up, I already knew what it was. I already knew that he was out.
Well,
Because
that's a casualty in itself.
he would not buckle. I don't care if it was at the State of the Union. I don't care what it was. Al Green didn't mind it. The State of the Union, he got up, he said, we didn't come from no monkeys. And what did they do? They got him and they put him out. The last thing, I forget what it was that Trump had, and it had the House. They put him out of there too. But what it's about is that a lot of what Trump has done, he only could do because he had the support of the House, these Republicans. And matter of fact, like I used to tell you, one of my congressmen for my district, I'll probably stay up tonight and email because I get the newsletter and I've got a whole lot to say and a whole lot I want to know. I want to know how this war is benefiting me. I want to know for all the standing up and clapping the Republicans did and Trump talking about how good the economy is. That doesn't make it good. I can say the sky's pink, but that doesn't make it true. And what I know is what I'm living. I know how high gas is, the food, all the things, the utilities. We, the people, know this. So you can sit up there and try to program us and tell us anything you want. But that's what it's really about. It's not so much, quote, so much about one seat. It's about all the seats because what's happening? They have two seats. They have two seats left. When they lose these other, when you see Iowa flip blue, that's what I'm telling you. You have places that you just don't see this. Iowa doesn't turn blue. I mean, we talk about Iowa, Dakota. Dakota doesn't flip blue, but they're flipping blue now because what? Donald Trump has pissed off the American people multiple ways. He's put us in a war. He's sat up and he's run the economy up with these tariffs. He sat up. Now, let's see if Pam Bundy is sitting up talking about the stock exchange and the down now that it's over 1,000 points down. Oh, it's not so cute now, is it, rich people?
I wish this was OnlyFans, and I would show Pam Bondi what the Dow does.
Well, you know what? I hope because I didn't like when I heard. I don't know if this. I haven't been able to verify it yet, but I know I didn't like when they said they subpoenaed her. They were talking about subpoena, and they were saying were the Republicans going to join the Democrats to subpoena her, and they did. They joined her and they subpoenaed her, but I heard.
Wow.
I don't agree with that.
They didn't put her. They didn't indict her, did they?
No, they just subpoena, not yet.
Just like when they tell me that they got the guy from Iran, if I don't see a body, it's pointless.
Let me ask you this: when have you ever known the assassination of any leader from any place in the world that they
other than Saddam Hussein, which he was proven to be dead?
They didn't show the body. And I'm gonna tell you how I know. I don't know how old you were, but I was grown, and the reason I know, my husband got shot in that war.
I was 24. 23 or 24.
That because the age you are now, that's been over 35 years ago. That was back in the 80s.
No, I'm talking about George Bush Senior. Not senior. I'm sorry. That was senior. And you're talking about junior, or I'm talking about. You're talking about senior.
They went over there and they got Saddam Hussein. They brought him over here and stole his oil. They brought him over here and killed him, supposedly. Just like Bin Laden. They don't ever show the bodies.
Why not?
Why?
I want proof, damn it.
Okay, just because you see a body, is that proof?
Just like I don't believe that shit what happened in 9/11 happened.
Well, Bush.
All that's digitized, if you notice.
That's kind of where
ain't no big ass plane that big gonna hit the towers and them not fall flat. Ain't no way. Ain't no plane gonna hit the Pentagon and gonna leave a small little hole that big. Come on. Stop playing with me. Ain't no freaking plane that damn big. A jumbo jet, a 747 jet going to hit the Pentagon and it not explode to a capacity.
Well, all I have to say is that I put any stock in seeing a body because we have clones, and just because you see a body doesn't mean anything. You look at Donald Trump. There's an orange Donald Trump. There's a Donald Trump with gray hair. There's a Donald Trump with gold hair. There's a Donald Trump with.
You're getting it. Now, yeah. This called doubles.
Like I see, they think we're not paying attention, but we are. A lot of us are. And that's what the problem is. See, if we weren't paying attention, it's just like now, like I said, Trump and the Republicans, they're fighting now to freeze Trump's power, war power, because once again, what? He broke the law with Venezuela. He didn't get a declaration of war from Congress then. He didn't get a declaration for war this time. And you know what else I want to know? Where's JD Vance? He was over there. He was when they Trump and his wife and them the other day, the fallen soldiers from over there they brought home. He was there then, when they were saluting the dead bodies of the soldiers.
Hey, by the way, can somebody donate to my donut fund? I want some donuts.
Somebody like who? Are you on 2 channels again?
Huh?
Are you on 2 channels again?
Yes, ma'am. I'm on 2 channels. Just showed you that.
Why you keep doing that? You have me so confused.
No. You're fine. You're perfectly fine. What happens is I'm still trying. I'm on a different StreamYard now.
I could tell
when I figure this one out, then I won't need this anymore because StreamYard. I'm done with that. I'm done with StreamYard.
Well, I know
way too much damn money for freaking what? I don't know. And you can do the exact same thing. It's just one's cheaper than the other one. So,
well, I could see the difference when I went after I clicked on the link and when I went to go in, because it acts different. It asks me different than it normally does. It's just like getting used to trying to figure out. Apparently, I guess on my phone until I figure out how to unblock it. I can't come up on my phone. I'll have to come up on my tablet.
Well, that's fine. You were going live on 2 different streams. I'm like, good Lord.
I was doing you. I got it.
Oh my good Lord, have mercy. It's like, okay, all right, shut this stream down because you're on 2 different streams. And it's okay.
I only right.
But hold on, it's not working.
Matter of fact, you talk about it's your fault. This is your fault.
Oh,
I
this is
made
my
it clear from the beginning. I was like, I like to stay down in the chair. Oh, I should have known. Not the first time, the
Oh
second.
no! You're not doing that. Nope, nope. I'm not gonna let you do that. Nope,
How come?
nope. I'm not gonna let you do it.
No,
Nope,
no.
nope, nope.
Oh, wait a minute. Before I forget, let me finish telling you about the drones. It's important. So, anyway, we don't know how to stop Iran's drones. We don't know how to destroy them, combat them, any of that. Well, there is someone in a country, a small country, that does, and Donald Trump has been very mean to those people. It's the Ukraine. They have the technology on how to destroy the type of drones that Iran is using against us. And so Zelensky said, "You know what? I'll help you guys, but you got to help me." And I don't know if you remember the first time he came to the White House. I don't know if he had been there before, but with Donald Trump, he came and it was really messed up. It was very disrespectful. He came to the White House and it was J.D. Vance and Trump, and he didn't come in a suit. I guess he just came in his what he wears, and he's comfortable. What he wears, a sweater and some pants. And they were disrespectful to him in his face and basically put him out the White House. He's been back since then. But see, that's why they tell you certain things. Karma. You can't run fast enough. See, you never know when you're going to need somebody. And now what has happened? Donald Trump needs who? The problem is, it's just like, oh, what's those people's? Oh, I just said their name. Not the Spicks. Oh,
Who?
what's those people? The Spinks. The Spinks. They said they can't trust us because Donald Trump is screwing them over. What's that? 3 times? Yeah. It looks different. It looks different on the screen.
It feels, listen, it feels quite nice. But again, until I see some bodies, until I see some people indicted, until I see desperation is, we're in desperate mode now.
Yeah.
We're in desperate times and desperate measures, and we are in desperate mode.
That's what I was telling you earlier. What has happened now? China and Russia have joined forces with Iran. Putin.
So it's the United States,
Yes.
Israel, and Britain versus China, Russia, and Iran.
Yes.
We're screwed.
Now Turkey's in it too, but I don't know what side they're fighting. And Iraq has gotten into it too.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you didn't know Turkey? They bombed Turkey last week.
We bombed Turkey?
Yeah. No. Iran. This is what I was telling you. The UK was saying they did this speech, and all of them were in agreement. And they were just talking about how a bully Trump is. They say we paid your tariffs, we tried pacifying, we tried to do everything. So they said, you know what? We're tired of a bully. No more. We're gonna deal with a bully like we deal. They said China said you would put the economy and my country at risk because of your poor judgment. Because China done shut their oil ports down. No oil is leaving.
Hold on. I gotta put this. God dang it! Oh, wrong one. 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 Where is it? Oh, right here. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking motherfucking news. Y'all ready?
Fair use.
European nations send additional troops to Greenland as U.S. and expansion threats escalates.
Mm-hmm.
You knew about this?
But you say now, I was just agreeing with listening at what you said. What did you say now?
I'm reading this from
I
CNN.
this a while back. I told you the UK, Germany, Switzerland, no, Finland, all of them had sent troops over to Greenland to set up and train and prepare for war against the United States because they said no, Donald Trump was not going to take it. That they would help them. They would fight because Denmark is their security. Denmark is who's over the war, the fighting, the military for Greenland. It's Finland.
Several European NATO countries are
Told you.
deploying small numbers of what?
I just
What?
said told you.
No, I'm reading it from CNN.
Okay.
What it's stating. Several European countries are deploying small number of military personnel to Greenland to participate in joint exercise with Denmark as U.S. President Donald J. Trump ramps up his threats to foreseeable analysts, the Arctic island. You piece of dog shit. Trump declarifications have thrown Europe's decades old U.S. led security analysts into crisis, rising the protests of NATO's largest and most powerful members analyzing the terroring another.
Now, somebody, I don't know who it is, see if you can pull it up, but they just threatened Trump directly. They said they're going to come over here and kill him.
They're Lisa, that's what I'm trying to tell you. They're all doing it now. They're all doing it. Let
Blame them. Can you blame them?
The lady that I told you about, the lady that I showed you, her name is she's the Democratic, she's the congressman from Florida. She's the one that she's not a whistleblower, but she said that Trump is responsible for this whole entire shit, and they threatened her. Hold on. Wait. Denmark, which is responsible for Greenland's defense, has warned an attack on Greenland will all but end NATO. An announcement on Wednesday was expansion of the military presence enclosed cooperation with NATO allies. Germany, Sweden, France, Norway, and Netherlands and Finland have all since confirmed that they are sending military. Jesus Christ.
So, see what Trump has done this time. I believe Trump, this time, this war is going to come to our soil. Never before in the history have we had war on our soil. And that changes everything when you start coming over here fight. That's totally different. That's why we're on high alert.
he's not going to get the chance to expand it in Greenland. First, he wants to expand it. I thought he wanted to expand it in no, I'm sorry. I'm thinking Israel. Israel wants to expand in Iraq, and then of course the U.S. wants to expand in Greenland. So I got that all
sitting up there talking
that's going to cause a major war, and we're going to have to deal with this for the next
free. You know, the thing about it, what I was telling you earlier in the chat about the youth, and remember I was telling you about the Gen Zs back in 2024, and they were saying, you know, they're tired of this all this stuff about knocking on doors. That's not the way they're doing things. They're doing their stuff online. It's more effective. That was the old way. You know, what Trump is not caring about and thinking about, this war right here will last generations and generations. This will affect grandkids, kids. Yeah, it's going to affect us adults now, but children, like our children, this is going to really impact them. And let's not talk about all the billions of dollars.
Y'all promoted this, man. Y'all did. Y'all.
No.
You promoted it.
It's your fault. I'm not even supposed to be up here talking. Not at all.
Canada and France have also said that they plan on opening consulate in New Greenland's capital in the coming weeks. What? French President, I don't want to read his fucking name, said Thursday that a French military team was already on the ground and would be reinforced in the coming days with
airstrikes,
sea, and land conflicts.
Yeah. They already have the warships. I mean, they're gonna, hey. Now Trump is talking about putting boots on the ground. That's what he's wanting to do now, put our soldiers on the ground over there. Which
I
is what
I would have told him no, go to hell. Kiss my ass. Go somewhere.
They're
deal army. I don't care. I don't want to be a part of your war. Wait, hold on. There is a Iran group called Blood Covenant. Blood Covenant.
Jihad. A blood covenant is a jihad.
Has reported to rise over 40 million through a crowdfunding effect, financial in an assassination attempt on Donald Trump. This is what I would do.
Why you sitting around in the chair?
This is me. I'm like,
Turn your back and to us.
What happened? I didn't see nothing. Oh, it's breaking news. Oh, really? Really? He got captured? Oh, man, you don't say. He's gonna get us killed. He's gonna get us killed.
Yeah, he is. This is what my opinion.
And I'm not saying he's your boy, because you go over there quite often. Tell him this. What do you think about this? And present him the same facts that same shit I just read to see what he says. He probably don't even not give a shit.
My guy had peace. I'm just saying, my guy had peace through 3 presidents. I'm just saying, 4 if you count Trump twice. He didn't have enough time because the pandemic stopped him before.
It is not unusual for NATO countries to send troops to train in other NATO countries, and there has been a year-long press by and push by allies, including the U.S., to ramp up joint exercises in the Arctic Circle. The U.S. has about 150 troops stationed in its Pictart space based on northwestern Greenland. Both the timing and the symbolism of its latest announcement by European nations are significant shows of solidarity at a time of unperceived whatever that shit is, tensive within NATO. In other words, we're screwed.
Yeah.
We're freaking screwed.
Because, see, what Trump did, and that's what the generals are upset about. Trump didn't plan for this. He didn't stockpile the weapons before going into a war. He didn't sit down and talk to NATO. He was supposed to consult them as well.
Barb, are they running out of bullets over there? I heard they're running out of missiles.
Ask Barb what she cooked today.
Barb, what did you cook today? Sweden has sent an unspecified number of troops to Greenland Wednesday at Denmark's request. Prime Minister Jonas announced on X the Sweden officers will be a part of a group of troops from other allied countries who used to be our allies, not anymore, who will be coming together to prepare for an upcoming exercise. Oh, Lord Jesus. Operation Arctic Endurance, he added. Operation Arctic Endurance. What the hell is it? I heard they were running out of the U.S. I wonder why. That's stupid. I just cooked black-eyed peas, cabbage, cornbread, and baked chicken. You hear that?
Yeah, tasty.
You can keep the chicken, but I'll keep the black-eyed peas, cornbread, and everything else. I'm chicken out. I'm chicken out today. I had that bourbon chicken today. I was like, I'm good. I am good. I had 2 plates of that. I'm sorry. Ain't nothing but good old bourbon chicken. Well, Bob, I'm going to go ahead and, I'm gonna go ahead and call it a night because I'm stressed.
I just
need some fresh air. I am stressed.
Why can't I see Barb?
Because Barb's on the other screen. You got to go over there.
Oh. No.
Once I figure this out, I should be okay. I should be all right once I figured all this stuff out. Because this is all new to me.
Yeah.
So I will be over here from here on in.
So
But
what is this skew this thing that says donate?
it's one of those things where you pull up to your phone, your camera phone up there, and it should show the where you can donate. That's what it is. Hey,
Yeah, I don't see like on here. I don't even see the chat at all. Where I'm at now, and the way my screen looks, it's never looked like this before.
but have you did the barcode before?
Uh-uh.
Any, okay, you turn your camera on, right?
Yeah.
Put your camera to that barcode,
Huh.
and it automatically comes up a site.
Okay.
So
All right.
all you gotta do is this. That's
Oh,
all.
okay. And then just put in the amount.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, okay. That ain't bad. That ain't bad. I've got to figure out, like you said, why my screen looks like it does. Because this looks more like, a file folder and those manila folders. The way
Uh-huh.
they're shaped, that's the way my screen is shaped like that.
I can't believe this freaking
You almost can get me up here tonight.
He's crazy. He's freaking crazy. He's crazy. And he obviously believed that he's winning.
Trump.
He's that freaking delusional.
Look, I just told you, just because people say stuff does not really mean Trump, all those lies he comes out here, Trump is not that delusional. Yes, he's delusional, but not quite that bad. But he knows the enemy. He knows the other side is watching our news, seeing them, because abroad, what are you doing that at?
I'm shutting down the stream over here.
Oh,
Relax.
you don't have, and this one don't shut down like that? Why can't I see the chat?
That's because it's different. You're talking about the chat over there. You're here with me. You're here
Oh,
on the stream.
okay. See, Trump, what you've done? You got us over here fighting our own war.
And I just got 5 more subscribers, so I'm good.
See,
5 more subscribers.
see. All right. So this stream yard here is not stream yard.
No, it's Restream.
Okay, because I kept wondering when I was seeing Restream, I was like, "What? How's he Restream? What does that mean?"
I guess that's what it's called, Restream.
I see. I see. Okay,
they got different platforms you can go to.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? You played that before. I will tell you this. It's cheaper. That's all it is. It's cheaper. But I gotta go and deal with the missus and see what she wants before I get on the nerves. And then I gotta get out the house. I gotta get some fresh air because this is stressing me out. This can't. He just has to go. He has to go. But I gotta go. Or I'll be bust. I need a drink. I need a drink. I will contact you in the morning. I love you, sweetheart. I gotta go.
Sweet dreams, my dear.
Sweet dreams. All right, bye.
Bye.
And that includes this. This is a suck. And y'all, Trump supporters. Too many goddamn Trump supporters.